Hey there, story lovers. This is Supreme Harry, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. Harry found the ancient Pendragon vault and realized he was rightful king of magical and Muggle Britain. Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, The Vault Beneath the Tor. The summer had been going wrong in small ways before it went wrong all at once. It started with the Dursleys, as things often did. Vernon had decided, in one of his periodic fits of performative normalcy, that the family would take a week's holiday in Somerset. Harry had been given the choice of staying in his locked bedroom at Privet Drive with Hedwig for company, or coming along and sleeping in the car while the Dursleys enjoyed a bed and breakfast in Wells. He'd chosen the car because at least in Somerset he could breathe air that didn't smell like his uncle's resentment. They'd arrived on a Tuesday. By Thursday, Harry was wandering Glastonbury on his own, hands in his pockets, Dudley's old oversized jacket hanging off his shoulders like a tent, feeling the particular kind of lonely that comes not from being alone but from being surrounded by people who don't see you. Glastonbury was strange in the way that certain places in England are strange, places where the ground itself seems to remember something. The high street was full of crystals and incense and hand-painted signs advertising tarot readings, and Harry had walked past all of it with the faint weariness of someone who knew that actual magic looked nothing like what these shops were selling. Still, there was something here. He felt it the way he felt it at Hogwarts, or in the Department of Mysteries, a pressure behind the sternum, a sense that the air was slightly thicker than it had any right to be. He'd been walking up the Tor when they found him. There were 3 of them. He spotted the first one near the base of the hill, standing too still in the way that people with something to hide often do, a man in a wax jacket that was wrong for the weather, hands too carefully casual at his sides. Harry had spent 5 years learning to read threat, and he read this one in about 4 seconds. He didn't run. Running up a hill is a losing proposition when the people behind you can apparate. Instead he kept walking, kept his pace even, and slid his hand into his jacket pocket where his wand sat against his palm like a warm coal. The second Death Eater appeared on his left, stepping out from behind the base of St. Michael's Tower at the top of the Tor. The third materialized behind him with the crack of apparition that Harry felt in his back teeth. Potter. The one behind the tower had a northern accent and a mask that sat slightly crooked on his face. The Dark Lord sends his regards. Tell him I'm busy, Harry said. He fired 2 stunners before the sentence was fully out of his mouth, one left, one right, moving the instant he cast so the retaliating reducto tore through empty air where his chest had been. The man by the tower conjured a shield, the one who'd apparat behind him went down hard. Harry was already sprinting toward the edge of the Tor's summit, because the third Death Eater, the still one from the base of the hill, hadn't moved yet, which meant he was waiting for something, and people who wait are more dangerous than people who charge. The ground gave way beneath him. Not dramatically, not with any warning. One footfall was solid turf and the next was nothing at all, a section of hillside that simply ceased to exist, and Harry dropped straight down into darkness with his stomach lurching up into his throat and his wand still clutched in his right hand. He hit a slope, not a floor, and slid. Stone walls blurred past in the faint luminescence of his wand tip, which he'd activated by pure reflex. The slide lasted long enough that he had time to think this is actually happening before he came to an abrupt stop on a flat stone surface that knocked the breath clean out of him. He lay there for a moment, counting his bones. They all reported present. He sat up. The chamber he was in was not a natural cave. That was the first thing. It was built, the walls were smooth ashlar masonry, the ceiling was vaulted in the old Norman style, and the floor beneath him was a single slab of pale limestone that had been polished to a faint sheen. Torches lit themselves along the walls as he stood, one by one, in a slow progression that moved from the entrance toward the far end of the chamber, illuminating each section like a stage manager raising lights before a performance. At the far end was a door. Harry stood still for a moment, listening. No sound from above. Either the Death Eaters hadn't seen him fall or they couldn't follow, the entrance had closed behind him. When he looked back, there was only solid stone where he'd come through. He pressed his palm to it experimentally and felt the faintest vibration, like a pulse, like the stone was breathing. He walked toward the door. It was iron-banded oak, ancient and dark with age, and carved into its face was a dragon, not the Hungarian horntail, not any species Harry recognized from care of magical creatures. This was a heraldic dragon, the kind you saw on coats of arms, rampant with wings spread, and beneath it were words in Latin that Harry couldn't read except for three that even he recognized from somewhere deep in his school years: Rex Quandam Rexque Futurus. The once and future king. Harry stood in front of the door for a long moment. His heart was doing something complicated. Then he put his hand on the iron handle and pushed. The door swung open without resistance, silent on its ancient hinges, and beyond it was a vault. It was not what he'd expected. He hadn't known what he'd expected, but it wasn't this: a circular room, perhaps 30 feet across, with a domed ceiling painted in deep blue and gold, the constellations picked out in what might have been actual gold leaf or might have been something else entirely. The stars had depth to them. When Harry moved his head, they shifted slightly, like they were real stars seen through clear glass rather than paint on stone. Around the walls were shelves, and on the shelves were objects he couldn't begin to catalogue: books, instruments, caskets of dark wood, a shield painted with a red dragon on a white field, armor that looked both ancient and impossibly well preserved, a crown made of twisted gold and silver that sat on a velvet stand without any glass case or magical barrier protecting it, just sitting there like it was waiting. In the center of the room was a stone plinth. On the plinth was a sword. Harry had seen this image his whole life, in storybooks, in illustrated histories, in the paintings that lined school corridors. A sword in a stone. He'd always assumed it was metaphor, or legend embellished past recognition. He walked to it slowly, and as he did, the quality of the air in the vault changed. It got warmer, and it got very, very still. The torches stopped flickering. The stars in the dome above stopped their subtle movement. Everything held its breath. The sword was extraordinary. The blade was perhaps 30 inches long, a double-edged weapon of a style Harry associated vaguely with the early medieval period, but the metal was not the dull iron you saw in museums. It caught the torchlight and held it differently than metal should, like the blade was made of something that had its own inner light, or like light liked it and wanted to stay close. The crossguard was gold, set with 2 stones, one red, one blue, that pulsed with a rhythm too slow and too steady to be coincidence. The grip was wire-wound in gold and white, and the pommel was a disc of the same pale metal as the blade, engraved with the same dragon from the door. On the plinth, around the base of the sword, carved in deep relief, were more words. These were in English, though in English that read strangely, older, more formal, each word feeling like it had been chosen once and carved once and would stand for 1,000 years. To the blood of Arthur and of Merlin, who is both warrior and wizard, heir of the seen world and the unseen, who comes in Britain's hour of need, take what is yours. The sword obeys no hand but the true king's hand. The crown bows to no head but the true king's head. Let Britain be whole again, as she was always meant to be. Harry read it twice. He read it a third time. Something was happening in his chest that wasn't fear and wasn't excitement, or rather it was both of those things compressed into something harder and quieter, like a stone dropped into deep water. He thought about Voldemort. He thought about Sirius falling through a veil while Harry stood 20 feet away and did nothing useful. He thought about every meeting of Dumbledore's order where he sat at the corner of the table and was told, patiently and with great kindness, that he was too young, too inexperienced, too valuable as a symbol to be risked as an actual person. He thought about Umbridge's quill carving "I must not tell lies" into the back of his hand. He reached out and took the sword. It came free of the stone without resistance. There was no grinding of metal on rock, no dramatic resistance followed by triumphant release. It simply came, as though it had been resting rather than embedded, as though it had been waiting for a particular set of hands and those hands had finally arrived. It was lighter than it looked, balanced with the kind of precision that made Harry's wrist adjust automatically, and the moment his fingers closed around the grip, a warmth ran from his palm up his arm and into his chest, and every nerve in his body fired once, simultaneously, like a single chord struck on an enormous instrument. He stood there holding Excalibur and the room blazed with golden light. It wasn't painful. It was overwhelming in the way that very loud beautiful music is overwhelming. It demanded your full attention and made everything else, for a moment, simply not exist. The stars in the dome above were spinning now, slowly, and the light from the blade was casting his shadow enormous on the vault walls, and from somewhere in the room, from the air itself, maybe, from the stone, Harry heard something. Not words. Something older than words. An acknowledgement. Then it was over. The light subsided to the sword's usual faint luminescence. The stars stilled. The room was quiet again. Harry stood holding a legendary sword in a hidden vault beneath the most famous mythological hill in England and felt, for the first time in 5 years, completely calm. He lowered the sword and looked around the vault properly. The books on the shelves were the first thing he went to, because Hermione had got into his head whether he liked it or not, and his instinct when confronted with something he didn't understand was increasingly to read about it first. The books were leather-bound and old, genuinely old, not the theatrical old of dusty Hogwarts textbooks, but old in the way that made you feel the weight of actual centuries. The spines were labeled in Latin and in the same archaic English as the plinth inscription, and several were labeled in a script Harry didn't recognize at all. One, though, sat at eye level, slightly apart from the others, as though it had been placed for easy reach by someone who knew he'd be looking. It was smaller than the others, slim as a journal, bound in dark green leather that was worn smooth with handling. On its cover, embossed in gold, were 2 words. Ambrosius. Merlin. Harry picked it up. Inside the front cover, in a handwriting that was oddly modern, neat and slightly slanted, more readable than it had any right to be given what he suspected was its age, was a note. An actual note. Personal, direct, like a letter left by someone who expected to be read. If you are reading this, you are who I believed you would be, and Britain is in the condition I feared it would reach. The separation of worlds was never meant to be permanent, it was meant to be a wound, and wounds are meant to heal. I have left you what you need, the sword that proves your claim to those who believe in steel, the crown that proves your claim to those who believe in blood, and this, which proves your claim to those who believe in knowledge. The vault will grant you passage to the world above when you are ready. The sword will not leave your possession unless you will it. The crown will come to your head in the hour you need it and not before. You are the heir of Arthur through the Pendragon line, which has run thin but unbroken for 15 centuries. You are the heir of myself through the Evans line, yes, your mother's line. She knew what she was. She chose, as I once chose, the quiet life. That choice was hers to make. You are both warrior and wizard, as the plinth says. Act like it. Harry read the note 4 times. He stood there in the vault under Glastonbury Tor with Excalibur in one hand and Merlin's journal in the other and the crown of Britain sitting unwarded on its velvet stand across the room, and he thought about his mother. Lily Evans, who had apparently known her own heritage and said nothing, who had chosen a quiet life and been murdered for it, and whose son was standing in a hidden vault being told by a 1500-year-old wizard's note to stop being manageable. He picked up the crown. It was lighter than the sword. It sat in his hands like it had been made for them, and he felt the same warm pulse from it that he'd felt from Excalibur, a recognition, an acknowledgement. He didn't put it on his head. He wasn't ready for that yet, whatever it meant, and Merlin's note had said it would come when it was needed, not when he put it on. He set it carefully in the inner pocket of Dudley's oversized jacket, which was, he noticed, suddenly large enough to hold it comfortably, because apparently the vault's magic had opinions about practicality. The grimoire went into the other inner pocket. Excalibur, he considered for a moment. He couldn't walk up Glastonbury High Street carrying a sword. He held it in both hands and thought, quite deliberately, smaller, and felt a faint pulse of resistance from the blade, as though it found the request undignified, and then it adjusted, not vanishing but compressing, reshaping without losing its fundamental nature, until it sat in his hand in a form that was still unmistakably a sword but was the size of a large penknife. He pocketed it. He turned back to the vault. He spent another hour there, moving along the shelves, touching nothing but examining everything. The shield he left, he couldn't carry a shield up a hill without questions. The armor he left. The other books he'd have to come back for, and he was certain, with a certainty that felt externally given rather than self-generated, that the vault would let him return. Several of the other objects he could identify from his defense lessons and from a year of Dumbledore's occasional hints about the wizarding world's deeper history, a cup that was definitely not a Hufflepuff cup but had something of the same ancient magical resonance, which he noted with interest, a folded cloth that he didn't touch because everything in his instincts told him not to touch it, and a small flat disc of the same pale metal as Excalibur's blade, which he did take, sliding it into his pocket alongside the sword. Then he walked back toward the entrance, and the vault door opened on its own, and the passage that had dropped him down here had rearranged itself into a gentle slope upward, and Harry climbed back toward the summer daylight. He came out through a section of hillside near the base of St. Michael's Tower, the stone closing behind him seamlessly, and straightened up to find that the 3 Death Eaters were gone. He stood on the summit of Glastonbury Tor in the Somerset afternoon, the Vale of Avalon spread green and gold below him in every direction, the sky the sort of guileless blue that only happens in English summer, and he felt the weight of everything in his pockets, sword, crown, grimoire, disc, and felt, layered beneath that, the settled certainty from the vault. Not a plan, not yet. But a direction. A genuine, clear, unmistakable sense of which way to go, which he hadn't had since before Cedric died. He started down the hill. His phone had no signal, because his phone was a cheap pay-as-you-go thing Hermione had insisted he carry for emergencies and it never had signal when he needed it. He found a payphone in Glastonbury town centre and rang the emergency contact number the order had given him, which put him through to a rotating charm that eventually connected to whoever was on duty. It was Lupin. Harry. Remus's voice had that particular careful quality it got when he was trying not to sound alarmed. "Are you all right? Where are you?" "Glastonbury," Harry said. "I'm fine. I need to come to Grimmauld Place." "Are you hurt?" "No. Remus, I need to come to Grimmauld Place today. I need to talk to Dumbledore." A pause. "I can arrange a portkey." "Harry, what's happened?" Harry looked out through the dirty glass of the phone box at the Glastonbury High Street, at the crystal shops and the tourists and the old church tower, and thought about how to compress what had happened into a sentence that wouldn't make Remus think he'd been confounded. "I found something," he said. "Something important. Just get me the portkey." The portkey arrived within 20 minutes, disguised as a tin of baked beans tucked behind the bin near the Abbey entrance. Harry activated it and felt the familiar naval hook of long-distance transport, the world dissolving into spinning color and resolidifying as the dark hallway of number 12, Grimmauld Place, with Lupin standing there looking worried and a half-drunk cup of tea in his hand. Harry looked at Remus and felt a complicated rush of affection for this particular man, shabby-robed, slightly grey, genuinely kind in a world that didn't reward genuine kindness. He also felt, for the first time, that the careful worry on Remus's face was a form of management. Not manipulation, Remus didn't have a manipulative bone in his body. But management. Keep Harry calm. Keep Harry settled. Keep Harry from doing something precipitous. He'd spent 5 years being kept. "Remus," he said, "where's Dumbledore?" "He's not here, Harry, get him here. Please." He added the please because Remus deserved that. "Tonight. I'll explain everything tonight." He walked past Lupin and up the stairs, and he went to the room he shared when he was here and sat on the bed and pulled Merlin's grimoire from his pocket. He set it on his knee and opened it to the first proper page and began to read. He read for 3 hours. The grimoire was not an ordinary book of spells. It was closer to a diary, a record of Merlin's actual magical practice and theory, written in the same fluid archaic English as the note in the front cover, and it was simultaneously the most advanced magical text Harry had ever encountered and the most readable. Merlin, apparently, had no patience for mystification. He wrote about magic the way a craftsman writes about his tools, directly, practically, with occasional sharp opinions about people who overcomplicated things for the sake of appearing profound. The picture it painted was extraordinary. Merlin had not been a court wizard. He had been a kingmaker and, in a more fundamental sense, a world builder. The two Britons, the magical and the mundane, had once been a single coherent kingdom, and the separation had been Merlin's own doing, enacted as a temporary measure during a period of political crisis following Arthur's death at Camlan. The statute of secrecy that the wizarding world knew had been modeled on this earlier separation, built on its magical infrastructure, and had simply never been undone. Generations of magical politicians had found the separation convenient. It gave them power over a concealed world with no accountability to anyone outside it, and so the temporary had become permanent and then had become tradition and then had become natural law in the minds of people who'd never questioned it. There was more. The Pendragon bloodline had not ended with Arthur. It had continued, dispersed, thinning over the centuries through ordinary human reproduction, moving through families that had no idea what they carried. The Evans family, Lily's family, carried the Merlin inheritance, the direct magical lineage, which explained things about Lily's magic that Dumbledore had apparently found noteworthy without ever fully explaining. The Potter family, through a connection Harry hadn't known about and Merlin had outlined with characteristic directness in a footnote, carried the Pendragon line through a collateral branch that had diverged from the main trunk in the early Tudor period. Harry was, in short, the convergence point. The warrior and the wizard. The sword and the wand. He closed the grimoire when the light outside the window had gone from amber to purple, and he sat in the dark room for a while, thinking. He wasn't frightened. That surprised him slightly. He'd expected to be frightened, because fear had been his constant companion since he was 11 years old and a half-giant had shown up to tell him his life was a lie. But fear requires uncertainty, and Harry wasn't uncertain. Not about this. Whatever the vault had done to him when he took the sword, it had done something to the anxious, reactive, managed part of him as well. He heard footsteps on the stairs. Familiar ones. Harry. Hermione's voice, followed by a knock that was much too polite for someone who'd been worrying. Come in. She came in with Ron behind her, both of them in their Grimmauld Place clothes, Ron in a Chudley Cannon's shirt, Hermione in Muggle jeans and a jumper. They'd both clearly been told enough by Lupin to be concerned without knowing why. Hermione's eyes went immediately to the grimoire on his knee, as they always went to books. What is that? She said. Sit down, Harry said. Both of you. I'm going to tell you something and I need you to hear it all the way through before you start telling me I'm wrong. Harry, that's not, Hermione. Sit down. She sat. Ron sat next to her and had the good grace to look merely curious rather than alarmed. Harry told them everything. He told it straight, in order, without drama, which he discovered was actually the most effective way to deliver dramatic information. He told them about the Death Eaters on the Tor, about the passage opening, about the vault and what was in it. He held up the grimoire when he mentioned it. He showed them the sword in its reduced form, let it expand briefly in his hand, watched Hermione's eyes go very wide and Ron make a sound in the back of his throat that sounded like a strangled oath, and then reduced it again. He read them the inscription on the plinth from memory, because he'd read it often enough that it had embedded itself, and he told them what Merlin had written in the note. When he finished, there was a silence. Ron spoke first, which was unusual. The Evans line, he said slowly. Hermione, didn't you tell me once that Evans is, that it's Old Welsh? Anglo-Welsh? It's a patronymic form of Evan, which derives from Ioan, which is, Hermione stopped herself. She was staring at Harry. Harry, do you understand what you're saying? I understand exactly what I'm saying. You're saying you're the rightful king of Britain. Of both Britons. Yes. She opened her mouth. Closed it. The look on her face went through several phases, disbelief, then reluctant consideration, then the particular focused expression she got when she was constructing an argument she already suspected she was going to lose. There would need to be legal documentation, she said. Magical genealogical records, Gringotts' inheritance claims, historical, the vault exists, Harry said. The sword came out of the stone. The crown and the grimoire are in my pockets. The documentation is in there. Another silence. I mean, Ron said, into the silence, I always sort of thought Harry was going to end up running things. This is just, you know, more official. Harry looked at his best friend and felt a burst of the kind of affection that made you want to say something and was better expressed by not saying anything. What are you going to do? Hermione asked. Tonight? Harry picked up the grimoire again. I'm going to keep reading. Tomorrow I'm going to talk to Dumbledore. He paused. After that, I'm going to stop being managed. The word landed in the room with weight. Hermione's expression flickered. He does it because he cares about you, she said, but her voice was careful now, not automatic. She was thinking rather than reacting. I know he does, Harry said. That's not the point. Downstairs, the front door opened. They heard Dumbledore's voice, and Lupin's, and the sound of Mrs. Weasley fussing about tea, and the distant bang of the portrait of Mrs. Black being accidentally woken and immediately screaming about blood traitors before someone silenced her. Harry stood up. He put the grimoire in his pocket. He felt the faint warm pulse of Excalibur against his hip, and the corresponding pulse of the crown in his other pocket, and he felt that settled certainty from the vault again, not arrogance, nothing as shallow as arrogance. Just a clear, level knowledge of what he was and what needed doing. Coming, he said to Ron and Hermione. Ron was already on his feet. Hermione took one more second, eyes still thoughtful, and then she stood too. Harry walked out of the room and down the stairs toward the voices, and the house seemed quieter than it usually did, or maybe it was that he was quieter than he usually was, and behind him he heard Hermione say to Ron, very quietly, he's different. And Ron said, yeah. Good different, though. The kitchen of Grimmauld Place was crowded in that order-meeting way, too many bodies, too much tension, everyone holding tea they weren't drinking. Dumbledore was near the fireplace, traveling cloak still on, half-moon spectacles catching the light, and he turned when Harry came in with that expression of warm concern that Harry had spent years finding comforting and had recently started to see differently. Lupin was standing to one side, and Moody was in the corner with his magical eye spinning, and Mrs. Weasley was at the stove making tea nobody wanted, and Kingsley Shacklebolt was by the door in his Muggle suit, and several others were ranged around the walls. Harry walked to the center of the room. I need to talk to you, he said to Dumbledore. Just you, initially. Of course, Harry. Dumbledore's voice was exactly as warm and measured as it always was, and he was already gesturing toward the door, already steering. Shall we? Here is fine, Harry said. Dumbledore paused. Something moved in those blue eyes, not alarm, not quite. Something more like attention. There are things, Harry said, that I've found out today that concern everyone in this room, and you tell them anyway, so we might as well do it once. He looked at Lupin, who was watching him with an expression of careful assessment. He looked at Moody, whose magical eye had fixed on him and hadn't moved. He looked at Mrs. Weasley, who had turned from the stove. All right, Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice was still warm but he changed his posture, slightly, subtly, but changed. He was listening now rather than managing. Harry reached into his pocket and set Merlin's grimoire on the kitchen table. Then he took out the reduced Excalibur and let it expand in his hand, full and blazing and bright, in the crowded kitchen of a Georgian townhouse in London, and watched the room react. Moody's hand went to his own wand before he caught himself. Kingsley took one step back. Lupin made a sound. Mrs. Weasley dropped a teacup. Dumbledore went absolutely, completely still. His eyes were fixed on the sword, and the warmth had not left his face but it had been joined by something else, something that looked very much like recognition, and underneath that recognition, something that might have been fear, or might have been wonder, or might have been both. Albus, Harry said, and he realized it was the first time he'd used the name, the actual name, and it felt right. We need to talk. The kitchen was silent except for the distant night sounds of London coming through the blacked-out windows, and Excalibur sat in Harry's hand and the light from it caught every face in the room, and Harry stood in the middle of it all and felt the weight of what came next with something close to satisfaction. Not excitement, not fear. Readiness. Chapter 2, The Weight of the Sword. Dumbledore looked at Excalibur for a long time. The kitchen had gone the kind of quiet that happens when a room full of experienced, dangerous people all simultaneously decide that moving would be unwise. Moody's magical eye had stopped rotating entirely, fixed on the blade. Kingsley had his hands very still at his sides. Lupin was leaning forward slightly, the way he did when something had caught his full analytical attention, and his expression had moved past surprise into something more complicated. Harry kept the sword at his side, point down, not threatening. He didn't need to threaten anyone in this room. He just needed them to see. "Where," Dumbledore said, very quietly, "did you find that?" "Glastonbury Tor," Harry said. "There's a vault beneath it. I found it when 3 Death Eaters tried to kill me on the hillside and the ground opened up." Dumbledore's gaze moved from the sword to Harry's face. The blue eyes were doing that thing they did when Dumbledore was processing something faster than his expression was letting on. "The Pendragon vault," he said. "Not a question. You knew about it." "I knew it existed," Dumbledore said, carefully. "I did not know where it was. I spent a considerable number of years looking." He paused. "I did not expect it to open for anyone in my lifetime." "And yet," Harry said. The faintest thing moved at the corner of Dumbledore's mouth. "And yet." He lowered himself into a chair, not the imperious, considered motion of a man taking his seat, but the genuine settling of an old man who needed to sit down. "May I see the grimoire?" Harry slid it across the table. Dumbledore opened it, turned to the first page, read the note in the front cover. His expression didn't change, but his right hand, resting on the table beside the book, closed slowly into a fist and then opened again. He turned a few more pages, reading quickly, and then closed it and left his hand on the cover. "Your mother," he said. He didn't look up immediately. "I always suspected the Evans lineage was something more than ordinary Muggle-born emergence. The nature of her magic was distinctive. Exceptionally so." He did look up then. "I did not know the Merlin connection. I should have looked harder." "Yes," Harry said. "You should have." That landed. Lupin made a small movement. Mrs. Weasley, who had forgotten about the dropped teacup, was watching Harry with an expression that was equal parts worried and, he thought, quietly proud. Ron was sitting on the kitchen counter with his arms folded, and his face was completely unreadable, which for Ron meant he was thinking seriously. Hermione had the look she got before she asked a question she'd already researched the answer to. "Professor," she said, "the Pendragon inheritance, the vault's claim of sovereignty over both Britons. Is that legally valid? Under wizarding law?" "Hermione," Dumbledore said, with genuine gentleness, "wizarding law, as it is currently constituted, was built on foundations that explicitly buried this claim. The question of its validity under that law is rather like asking whether an occupying government's statutes are valid under the laws of the people they displaced." "That's a yes," Harry said. "It is an acknowledgement that the question is more complicated than wizarding law would prefer." Harry reduced Excalibur and put it back in his pocket. The room seemed to exhale slightly when the blade disappeared, and he noticed that and noted it, that the sword had a presence that extended beyond its physical form, that it changed the temperature of a conversation just by existing in it. He'd need to understand that. "Here's what's going to happen," Harry said. He pulled out a chair and sat down across from Dumbledore, and he rested his elbows on the table, and he looked at the headmaster the way you look at someone you respect and intend to disagree with completely. "I'm not going to pretend this didn't happen. I'm not going to put the sword back in the vault and go back to sitting in the corner at order meetings. I'm going to pursue the Pendragon claim. Harry, Albus. The name again. Deliberate. I'm not asking permission." The silence this time had a different quality. Moody cleared his throat. Kingsley turned toward the window. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment, and the warmth in his face was still there, and so was something that had now resolved clearly into what Harry had been seeing the beginning of since the vault: worry. Not for the plan, not strategically. Personal worry. The worry of someone who had arranged things carefully and could see the arrangement coming apart. "You are 15 years old," Dumbledore said. "I was 14 when I watched Cedric die," Harry said. "I was 11 when I faced Voldemort for the first time. I've been 15 years old doing adult work in an adult war, and everyone in this room has let that happen because I was useful. So age isn't what you're worried about." Another silence. Longer this time. "No," Dumbledore admitted. "It isn't." He folded his hands on the grimoire. "What worries me, Harry, is that power of this kind, the kind that comes with ancient claims and legendary weapons, has a way of simplifying complex problems in ways that create new, worse problems. Arthur is dead," Harry said. "He's been dead for 15 centuries. I'm not Arthur." He leaned forward slightly. "And Merlin's note said Britain is in exactly the condition he feared. That means the timing isn't wrong. It means it's exactly right." Hermione was writing things down in a notebook she'd produced from somewhere. Harry noticed this with a warm feeling that had nothing to do with the sword. "What do you need from us?" Lupin asked. He'd been quiet since the sword came out, and when he spoke now his voice was steady in the particular way it got when he'd made a decision. "What can we do?" Harry looked at Remus and felt the shift in the room, the question changing everything, reorienting from should this happen to how does this happen. "Legal documentation first," Harry said, looking at Hermione. "The vault has genealogical records. I need them retrieved and authenticated. Gringotts can do blood heritage verification, I need that done properly." "I can be at Gringotts when it opens tomorrow," Hermione said, still writing. "I'll need you there for the blood verification. We should also look at the Wisengamot Charter, the foundational document. There are provisions in there that predate the current ministry structure, and if the Pendragon claim supersedes, it does," Harry said. "Merlin writes about it." Third chapter of the grimoire. She looked up sharply. "You've read it?" 3 hours. She looked like she had feelings about this. "I'll need access to the full vault," Harry continued. "Some of the texts in there will take months to go through properly. I'll need help." He looked around the room. "I'm not doing this alone. I'm not, this isn't me going off on my own again. But I'm not asking the order for permission and I'm not waiting for the ministry to decide it's convenient." "The ministry will not find it convenient," Kingsley said, from his corner. He'd been so quiet Harry had almost forgotten him, and his deep voice in the silence made everyone turn. He was looking at Harry with an expression that was harder to read than usual, considering. "Fudge is already fragile. Umbridge has made the ministry look vindictive and incompetent. If a legitimate claim to authority above the ministry surfaces right now, it'll shake them," Harry said. "It'll terrify them," Kingsley corrected. "There's a difference. Terrified people make dangerous decisions." "I know," Harry said. "I'm counting on it." Moody made a sound that might have been a laugh. Dumbledore had been quiet through all of this, watching Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen on his face before, not the warm twinkle, not the measured concern, not the careful management. Something more genuine than any of those. Something that looked like being confronted with something you'd prepared for intellectually but hadn't emotionally expected to face. "May I ask you something?" Dumbledore said. "Yes." "The prophecy, the one Trelawney made, the one Voldemort acted upon, do you feel that the Pendragon inheritance changes your relationship to it?" Harry thought about this honestly. "The prophecy says one of us has to kill the other. The Pendragon inheritance says I'm the rightful king of Britain and Tom Riddle is a squatter claiming a throne that doesn't belong to him." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "I don't think the inheritance changes the prophecy. I think it changes how I fight." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then, you've thought about this carefully. I had 3 hours and a 1500-year-old wizard's field notes. Something moved in Dumbledore's face that was, undeniably, a smile. Small and complicated, but there. All right, Harry, he said, and it meant something different from the last time he'd said it. The last time it had been a holding action. This time it was an acknowledgement. The meeting broke up slowly, the way order meetings always did, in clusters of quiet conversation, people peeling off in pairs toward the door. Moody clapped Harry on the shoulder as he passed, a single forceful thump that probably left a bruise and was Moody's version of a standing ovation. Kingsley paused beside him long enough to say, quietly, when you're ready to move on the ministry, tell me first. I have context you'll need, and then he was gone. Mrs. Weasley hugged Harry. It was the full Molly Weasley hug, the kind that made you feel briefly like you were 9 years old in the best possible way, and she didn't say anything, which somehow said more than anything else could have. Lupin was the last to leave, and he stopped in the kitchen doorway and looked back at Harry with that careful, honest expression. Your father, he said, would have thought this was either the best thing or the worst thing that had ever happened, and he would have been completely on board with it either way. Harry felt the familiar ache. And my mother? Remus thought about it. Your mother would have read the grimoire cover to cover before anyone else woke up, and then she'd have made a plan that was better than everyone else's plan, and she wouldn't have told anyone about it until she was ready to execute it. A pause. She'd have been frightened. She wouldn't have let the frightened part run things. He left. The kitchen was quiet. Ron slid off the counter and stretched. Right, he said. So. King of Britain. Working on it, Harry said. Can I be a duke or something? Ron, Hermione said. I'm just asking. Harry was already opening the grimoire to the 3rd chapter. The next morning started before dawn. Harry was in the kitchen when the sky outside was still the deep blue-gray of 4 in the morning, the grimoire open beside him, a pot of tea going cold at his elbow. He'd slept for 3 hours and woken up clear-headed in a way that felt new, like the vault's acknowledgement had calibrated something in him, set a compass that now pointed in a consistent direction regardless of the noise around it. He heard footsteps on the stairs and looked up. Neville Longbottom stood in the kitchen doorway in his pajamas, hair flattened on one side, looking sleep-confused in the way that tall people often do when they've just stood up too fast. Neville had arrived at Grimmauld Place 3 days earlier. His grandmother had sent him, the Order had suggested it, after 2 incidents in Surrey that had made it clear Death Eaters were widening their net. He'd settled in with the stoic, adaptive quality he'd been quietly developing since the Department of Mysteries, and he'd been there in the corner of the kitchen during last night's meeting, and Harry realized now that he'd forgotten Neville was there because Neville had been so completely still. Couldn't sleep, Neville said. He moved to the kettle and put it on without asking. I heard everything last night. I know. Neville poured water when the kettle boiled, made 2 mugs, brought them both to the table, and sat down across from Harry. He looked at the grimoire. He looked at Harry. He had the expression of someone who has been carrying something heavy for a long time and has found a surface to set it down. My parents, he said. What was done to them, the ministry knew. Crouch authorized the use of unforgivable curses and the ministry built a career on Bartemius Crouch's record. The people who tortured my parents were never properly tried. Bellatrix got Azkaban and she's out now and nobody is, he stopped. Picked up the mug. Set it down again. Nobody is ever held accountable. The ministry isn't going to hold anyone accountable because holding people accountable means admitting the system failed, and admitting the system failed means losing power. Yes, Harry said. If you're the king, Neville said, very carefully, and you have actual legal authority over the whole system, including the parts the ministry has walled off from accountability, yes, Harry said again. Neville was quiet for a moment. He wasn't an impulsive person. Harry had watched him grow from the round-faced boy who'd fallen off his broom into someone who grew plants that bit people and had stood in the Department of Mysteries without running. The deliberateness was part of him, always had been. I want to help, Neville said. Not because you're my friend. Because this is right. And because someone should have done something about my parents years ago and they didn't, and if you're actually doing this, I want to be part of it. Harry looked at him across the table in the early morning kitchen, and thought about what Merlin had written about Arthur's knights, not as ceremonial figures but as a working council of people bound not by fealty to a person but by commitment to a purpose. Then I need you to do something for me, Harry said. Neville straightened slightly. What? I need you to be my first formal ally in this. Not informal, not helping out. Formally. On record. The Pendragon tradition has something called the Round Table Compact. I read about it last night. It's not knights bowing and pledging swords. It's a binding magical agreement, a two-way oath. I commit to accountability and justice, you commit to honest counsel and active support. Both parties are bound equally. No hierarchy, just commitment. Neville thought about this for approximately 4 seconds. Yes, he said. You don't want to think about it more? Harry, I've been thinking about this since I was 9 years old, I just didn't know what I was thinking about. He met Harry's eyes steadily. How do we do it? Harry turned to the relevant section in the grimoire. The compact was relatively simple in its magical mechanics, both parties stating their commitments clearly and sincerely, witnessed by at least one other person, and then a shared touch of the Pendragon heir's primary weapon. The magic did the rest. The grimoire noted that no performance was required, only intent, and that the bond would not form if either party's intent was false. We need a witness, Harry said. Ron appeared in the kitchen doorway, fully dressed, which was unusual enough that both Harry and Neville turned to look at him. He was holding his own mug of tea, which meant he'd been up longer than either of them and had decided to be quiet about it. I'll witness, Ron said. He sat down at the table. Get on with it, then. Hermione's going to be up in 20 minutes and she'll want to redesign the ceremony to incorporate footnotes. Neville made a sound that was almost a laugh. Harry brought out Excalibur in its full form, and the kitchen felt that same pressure shift it always did when the blade came out, the quality of the air changing. He set the grimoire between them and they read the compact text together, and the words were plain and serious and not remotely dramatic in their language, and the intent behind them was absolutely genuine, and when Neville's hand joined Harry's on the hilt of the sword a warmth ran through the blade that was different from the vault warmth, not an acknowledgement of bloodline but of choice, of two people deciding something, and the small golden light that briefly surrounded the point of contact faded and left behind a faint mark on both their right hands. Not a scar. A sigil, small, geometric, at the base of the thumb, barely visible unless you knew to look. Ron leaned forward and looked at it. Does it hurt? No, Neville said. He was looking at his hand with an expression Harry recognized, the face of someone who has just done something they'd never have predicted 5 years ago and finds they are completely at peace with it. Good, Ron said. I was going to ask next but I didn't want a painful one. Harry looked at him. If Neville's the first, Ron said, with great dignity, I'd like to be the second. When you have time. No rush. Harry's throat did something. He pointed at him. You. After breakfast. Hermione appeared at 17 minutes past 5, as predicted, fully dressed, with a notebook and 3 books she'd apparently retrieved from the Grimmauld Place library before coming down. She took in the scene, Harry, Neville, Ron, the grimoire, the sigils on 2 hands, in about 3 seconds and sat down without comment, which meant she approved and was processing. I've been thinking about the Gringotts approach, she said, opening her notebook. We need blood verification, genealogical certification, and ideally a formal Voltsan estates assessment. We should also file a preliminary claim with the Wisengamot Records Office. There's an ancient submission process for sovereignty claims that the ministry can't legally block, because it predates the ministry by several hundred years and was specifically never repealed, probably because nobody ever thought anyone would use it. How do you know about that? Neville asked. I read the Wisengamot Foundational Charter last year for background on Harry's hearing, Hermione said. I didn't understand why Section 47 was in there at the time. I do now. Harry was fairly sure he loved his friends more than he was currently capable of expressing. Gringotts first, he said. Hermione, you and I go this morning. Ron, Neville, I need you to go through the vault inventory list from last night. I sketched out what I remember seeing. He passed over a sheet of parchment covered in his untidy handwriting. Some of those objects will be useful and some will just be historically significant. We need to know which is which. Who goes back to the vault? Ron asked. Me, eventually. But the vault will stay safe, it's been there for 15 centuries. For now, the grimoire is enough. The morning moved quickly after that. Harry changed, ate, and was on his way out the door with Hermione before 7, both of them in Muggle clothes because Diagon Alley at this hour was thin on witnesses but still worth discretion. Harry had the grimoire in his jacket, Excalibur at his hip in its compact form, and the crown, still not worn, still pulsing its gentle acknowledgement from his pocket, and he felt, walking through the early London morning with Hermione beside him talking about Section 47 and the precedents for preministry legal claims, that the world was both the same as it had always been and fundamentally different. Gringotts at 7 in the morning was hushed and efficient in the way that places built around money often are, no wasted motion, no ornament that wasn't functional. The goblin at the main desk looked at Harry with the particular assessment that goblins gave everyone and then looked again, which was unusual enough to be notable. Harry Potter, the goblin said. You requested a heritage verification. Yes. Full bloodline trace, as deep as your records go. And a vault's estates assessment for any holdings I might not have known about. The goblin, Griphook, Harry noted, the same one from his first visit though he'd aged in a way that made him look both older and sharper, looked at Harry for a moment longer than was strictly procedurally necessary. Gringotts has been waiting for this appointment for some time, Griphook said, which was an extraordinary thing to say, and he said it completely matter-of-factly, as though it were an overdue account balance. Please follow me. The heritage chamber was deep in the bank, past the vaults Harry knew and the corridors he didn't. It was a low-ceilinged room with a stone table at its center and walls covered in something that looked like etched copper, thousands of names, Harry realized as his eyes adjusted, names running in lines and branches and webs, too dense and too numerous to comprehend as a whole. A genealogical record of every magical bloodline Gringotts had ever tracked, which was apparently all of them. The verification process involved a drop of blood on a prepared parchment and something Griphook called a resonance reading, which Harry didn't fully understand but which produced, over the course of about 20 minutes, a document that unrolled to approximately 6 feet in length and covered 2 full sides in dense genealogical notation. Hermione read it faster than seemed human. There it is, she said. She was pointing at something roughly 2/3 of the way down one side. Pendragon line through the Potter family, 15th century collateral branch, as Merlin noted. And here, she moved her finger across the parchment, Evan's line. Ambrosius. Harry, this goes back, she stopped. How far? Harry asked. Further than Arthur, she said. She looked up at him. The morning light from a high narrow window made her eyes very bright. Harry, the Merlin line through your mother predates the Arthurian court. We're talking Roman Britain. Merlin's note said Evans. He said she knew what she was. Hermione was quiet for a moment, and when she spoke again her voice had changed register slightly, she was past cataloguing and into feeling. She knew, Hermione said. She knew all of it, and she went and lived in a house in Godric's Hollow and married James Potter and had you. She chose a quiet life, Harry said. That was her right. A silence. Then Hermione folded the parchment carefully and held it flat in both hands like the precious thing it was. I need to file copies of this with the Wisengamot Records Office before Fudge's people catch wind of anything. Do it today, Harry said. Don't tell me how you get it past them. I trust you. She gave him a look that was equal parts exasperated and moved. You could just say thank you. Thank you, Hermione. Griphook, who had been waiting in the corner with the absolute patience of someone who has waited for things for a very long time, spoke. Mr. Potter. There is a vault. Harry looked at him. Excuse me. Beyond the Potter family vault. A secondary vault, registered under the Pendragon seal, which has been held in Gringotts' care for 600 years pending the arrival of a verified heir. Griphook's expression was professionally neutral, but there was something underneath it. We were beginning to wonder. Harry thought about this for a moment. Can we see it? They saw it. The Pendragon vault at Gringotts made the Potter vault look like a cupboard. It was not primarily about gold, though there was gold, more than Harry could begin to estimate, stacked in arrangements that suggested it had been deposited over centuries. The vault was primarily about records. Hundreds of scrolls and bound documents in sealed magical cases, each case labeled with a date and a descriptor. Property deeds. Magical contracts. Correspondence. The administrative record of a kingdom that had been held in trust for 600 years, waiting. There were also weapons. Not as singular as Excalibur, but significant, a matched set of daggers with runes worked into the blades, a staff that made the air around it feel pressurized, and several objects whose function Harry couldn't immediately identify but could feel as magical in the particular bone-deep way that meant old and serious. Hermione, Harry said. I see it, she said. She was turning slowly, trying to see everything at once. Harry, this is the administrative infrastructure of the pre-statute sovereignty claim. This is the paperwork. Can we have it moved to a secure location? Gringotts will hold it, Griphook said immediately, which settled that question. The vault is yours, and its contents will be available on request. We would suggest, however, given current political circumstances, a pause that was extremely goblin in its calculated precision, that you move quickly. I intend to, Harry said. On the way back out of the bank, walking up through the cool stone corridors toward the main hall, Hermione matched his pace and was quiet for a moment in a way that meant she had something to say and was choosing how. The Wisengamot filing, she said finally. Once I submit it, it becomes a matter of record. The Ministry will know. Fudge will know. Umbridge will know. A pause. We can't undo it. Harry stepped out into the morning light of Diagon Alley, which was just starting to fill with early shoppers and the owls of the Morning Post, and felt the warmth of Excalibur at his hip and the weight of the grimoire over his heart. Good, he said. Hermione stopped walking. Harry kept going for 2 steps and then turned back to look at her. She was standing in the middle of Diagon Alley with the genealogical parchment under her arm and the complex expression of someone whose entire framework for how the world works is reorganizing itself around a new center. I've always believed in the system, she said. I've always believed that if you work within the rules, if you use the proper channels, I know, Harry said. The system expelled you, she said. The system sent Umbridge to our school. The system locked Sirius up without a trial. Her jaw was set now, and her eyes were very clear. I've been defending the structure because I thought the structure was separate from the rot in it. That was, she paused, I was wrong about that. Harry waited. I'm not swearing any oaths, she said, briskly, the emotion packed back away with characteristic efficiency. I'm a Muggle born. The compact is a noble tradition and I'll help you hold to it, but I will not be sworn into any system I can't critique. I'd be annoyed if you were, Harry said. I need someone who argues with me. Then we understand each other, she said, and started walking again. They were back at Grimmauld Place by noon. Luna Lovegood was there. This was unexpected. Luna was sitting in the kitchen with a cup of tea and a copy of the Quibbler folded neatly on the table beside her, and she was talking to Ron with the particular focused quality she had in conversation that made you feel, despite everything, that she was the one who understood the situation best. She looked up when Harry and Hermione came in, and her eyes, that particular pale, unfocused seeming gaze that was actually exceptionally sharp, went to Harry and stayed. "I heard about the vault," she said. "Dad's sources mentioned something. He sent me." "The Quibbler has sources at Glastonbury," Harry said. "Dad has sources everywhere," Luna said, without irony. "Most people discount him because his conclusions are eccentric, but his information gathering is excellent." She tilted her head. "You're different. You were already different before, but now you're more so." "Luna," Harry said, sitting down, "what exactly did your sources tell you?" "That the Tor opened for someone. That 3 Death Eaters were sent to intercept that someone and came back." She paused. "Well, 2 of them came back. 1 didn't, apparently. The one you stunned hit his head when he fell, and the fall was steep enough that," another pause. "He's not dead, but he's significantly incapacitated." Harry filed this away. He hadn't known. "What else did they tell you?" "That Lucius Malfoy visited the Ministry the day after your hearing last month," Luna said. She picked up her tea with both hands. "Not officially. He used a private entrance that connects to the Department of Mysteries. He was there for 2 hours and no one in the public record was logged as his host." A pause. "I thought that was interesting." Harry looked at her. He'd always known Luna was more observant than she appeared. He hadn't until this moment understood quite how much more. "What are you doing in your free time?" he asked. Luna considered this. "Watching things," she said. "Noticing connections that other people miss because other people have preconceptions about what's important." "I need someone who does that," Harry said. "Someone who notices things and tells me what they noticed without filtering it through what they think I want to hear. Someone the Ministry would never suspect." Luna looked at him for a long moment. "You're asking me to be your eyes," she said. "If you're willing." She picked up the Quibbler, considered it, set it back down. "No oath," she said. "I don't do well with formal commitments. But I'll tell you what I see." She paused. "I've been seeing things for years and nobody was ever interested. It'll be nice to be useful." The afternoon became a planning session. Harry sat at the head of the kitchen table. He hadn't thought about the positioning, he'd just sat down, and afterward Ron pointed out that he'd chosen the seat naturally and everyone else had arranged around it naturally, and nobody had thought about it at all, which was, Ron said, probably the point. They had a verified bloodline document, an upcoming Wisengamot filing that would make the claim a matter of legal record, a grimoire that contained the most advanced magical knowledge in British history, a sword that nobody alive could match in terms of raw heritage authority, and a small, committed group of people who were choosing to be here. They had, on the other side, Voldemort and whatever he was planning, a ministry that was going to react badly, Lucius Malfoy doing something in the Department of Mysteries, and the weight of a secret war that had been fought in shadows for a decade. "The Wisengamot," Harry said. "Hermione, when you file, today," she said. "I'll go this afternoon. It'll take 24 to 48 hours to process and appear in the official record. After that," Harry said, "I'm going to take my seat." Ron looked up from the inventory list. "Your seat? Lord Potter has a Wisengamot seat. It's been held in proxy since my parents died. I've never claimed it. I'm claiming it." He paused. "And I'm claiming it not just as Lord Potter." The table was quiet. "That's going to be quite a session," Ron said. "I know. Fudge is going to have some kind of episode." "I know." Ron nodded slowly, with the air of someone who has considered the logistics and finds them satisfying. "Can we watch?" Neville, who had been quiet throughout the afternoon meeting, absorbed and serious, spoke. "What about Dumbledore?" he asked. He met Harry's eyes directly. "He's not against you. But he has a way of making things into something smaller than they are," Harry said. "Yes. I know." He thought about the headmaster's expression last night, that complicated, genuine thing that had moved through the warmth. He'll try to slow this down. Not to stop it. To manage the pace of it. And you're not going to let him, Neville said. I'm not going to let him, Harry agreed. But I'm also not going to freeze him out. He knows things I need to know. And he genuinely, Harry paused. He does care. About all of us. He's just built a world where the caring and the managing got so tangled together that he can't see the difference anymore. There was a sound from the hallway, footsteps, distinctive ones. Dumbledore knocked on the kitchen door, which was open, because Dumbledore knocked on open doors. May I come in? He said. Yes, Harry said. Dumbledore came in and looked at the table, the documents, the inventory list, the notebook full of Hermione's handwriting, the faces of 5 teenagers who had spent the day building something. His expression was, as always, complex. He sat down at the other end of the table, and the seating arrangement asserted itself again, Harry at one end, Dumbledore at the other, and the distance between them felt different from how it had ever felt before. Not adversarial. Not comfortable, either. Something more honest than comfortable. I've been doing some reading of my own, Dumbledore said. He set a folder of parchment on the table. I believe I may have been holding some information too closely for too long. Relevant historical context that should have been shared. He looked at Harry. I've been reconsidering the scale of what I've withheld, and what my reasons for withholding it actually were. And? Harry said. My reasons were not bad, Dumbledore said. But they were not good enough. The kitchen was quiet for a moment. Then start talking, Harry said. Not harshly. Just directly, in the way that the vault had given him, clear, level, without the apologetic hedging that he'd spent years wrapping around everything he said to this man. Dumbledore opened the folder. Harry leaned forward. Around the table, Hermione's pen was already moving. Outside the window, London was doing what London does in late summer, golden and grey in layers, indifferent and ancient and full of its own business, and in the kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, the project of remaking Britain began in earnest, over cold tea and handwritten notes and the quiet, total commitment of 5 young people who had stopped asking permission. Chapter 3, The Crown's first move. The Wisingamot chamber smelled like old stone and older ambition. Harry had been here before, once, for his own hearing, when he'd sat in a chair with chains that hadn't bound him and faced a room full of people who'd wanted to expel him from a world he hadn't chosen to be part of. He remembered the cold of that morning, and Dumbledore arriving just in time, and the sick relief of hearing the verdict. He remembered feeling small. He didn't feel small now. He came through the main entrance rather than the accused entrance, which was already different, and he came in his robes, proper ones, not his school robes but new ones Hermione had insisted on, deep charcoal grey with the Potter family crest worked in silver at the collar. The genealogical certification and the Wisingamot filing were in a sealed document case under his arm. Excalibur was at his hip in its compact form. The crown was in his pocket, pulsing its patient acknowledgement. Hermione was a step behind him on his left. Neville was on his right. Ron was in the public gallery above with Luna, who had come because she said watching institutional discomfort was one of her favorite things. The filing had processed overnight. Harry knew this because Kingsley had sent a message at 6 in the morning, a single line on a scrap of parchment, delivered by an unidentified owl. It's in the record. They've seen it. Move today. So here they were. The chamber filled for an ordinary Thursday session in the way that large bureaucratic bodies fill, gradually, with the shuffling of robes and the murmured conversations of people who mostly wanted to be somewhere else. The Wisingamot had 50 members present today, and they arranged themselves in their tiered semicircular seating with the comfortable inertia of people who had sat in the same seats for years. At the center of the chamber floor was the minister's podium, where Fudge stood in his lime-green bowler hat with the flushed, slightly damp look he'd had since September when the Daily Prophet had begun its reluctant pivot toward admitting Voldemort was actually back. Harry walked to the floor of the chamber. Every head turned. The shuffling stopped. Fudge saw him and the flush deepened. This is a closed session, he said, which was not actually true, Wisingamot sessions were open to any member presenting a formal matter, and both Fudge and his legal advisors knew it. "I'm not a guest," Harry said. He crossed the floor and went to the Potter's seat, identified by Hermione from the chamber records, second tier, right side, empty for 14 years, and stood in front of it. "I'm taking my seat. Lord Potter, House Potter." He set the document case on the arm of the chair. "That's in order, Minister. Check with your records office if you need to." A silence. The kind that fills a room so completely that you can hear people's discomfort. Across the chamber, Harry could see familiar faces, not friends, but known quantities. Madame Bones was in her seat with the expression of someone trying very hard to be professionally neutral and finding it slightly difficult. Several senior members of the Wisingamot that Harry didn't know were watching with the careful attention of people who'd seen political weather change before and were deciding which way the wind was blowing. And near the back, slightly apart from everyone else, in a seat that was not a Wisingamot seat but had been installed as an observer's position, Dolores Umbridge sat. She looked exactly the same. Pink cardigan, bow in her hair, the wide toad-like eyes that managed to express condescension and suspicion simultaneously. She had been removed from Hogwarts. Technically, she'd been removed from Hogwarts while keeping her ministry position and her access to the Wisingamot, and seeing her here, in this room, with the memory of a blood quill in his hand, Harry felt something very cold and very clear move through him. He was going to deal with her today. That had not been the plan when he woke up this morning, but it was the plan now. Fudge had recovered enough to be pompous. "Lord Potter," he said, with a weight on the title that was meant to suggest he found it amusing rather than alarming, "we are gratified that you've chosen to participate in the proper functioning of the Wisingamot. If you'd like to register your seat formally, the records office can." "I've already registered it," Harry said. He sat down. "And I have a matter to bring before the full body." He opened the document case and removed the first of the certified parchments. "I'll need 10 minutes. We have a full agenda. I have a sovereignty claim," Harry said, "and said it the way you say something that ends arguments," and the chamber went quiet again. "I beg your pardon," Fudge said. Harry stood up. He had the parchment in his hand and the room's full attention, and he thought briefly of every time he'd stood in front of people who held power over him and tried to be small enough to fit their expectations. He thought about Umbridge's quill. He thought about the vault, and the sword coming free of the stone, and Merlin's note. "My name is Harry James Potter," he said, and his voice carried in the chamber the way voices carried in spaces built for voices. "I am the son of James Potter and Lily Potter, née Evans. I am the hereditary holder of the Potter seat in this chamber. I am also, as of yesterday's verified Gringotts heritage assessment, the documented heir of 2 ancient British bloodlines." He held up the parchment. "The Pendragon line through the Potter family, and the Ambrosius line through the Evans family. Warrior and wizard. I am the last convergence of both." The room reacted the way rooms do when someone says something that changes the temperature, not with a single sound but with a distributed murmur, a wave of personal reactions rippling across 50 faces simultaneously. "That is," Fudge began. "The documentation has been filed with the Wisingamot Records Office and is now a matter of official record," Harry continued. "Copies are available. The Gringotts certification is authenticated by 3 senior account managers and countersigned by Director Ragnarok." He let that land for a moment. Ragnarok's countersignature was not a casual thing, everyone in the chamber understood its weight. "I am formally presenting my claim to the pre-ministry sovereignty of magical Britain and, under the terms of the Pendragon Compact as established in the original founding document of this body," he nodded to Hermione, who had the relevant page bookmarked, Section 47 of the Wisingamot Charter, which predates the ministry by 240 years and has never been repealed. Under that section, a verified sovereignty claim supersedes ordinary ministerial authority pending the body's formal review. The murmuring had become something louder. Fudge was red now, the particular red of a man trying to decide whether to be furious or frightened and managing neither convincingly. "This is preposterous," said a wizard in the third tier whose name Harry didn't know but whose expression was the complacent outrage of someone whose comfortable world has just been inconvenienced. "We cannot simply, the ministry is the duly appointed, the ministry was established in 1707, Hermione said, from her position at Harry's shoulder, her voice crisp and completely steady. "The Pendragon sovereignty predates the ministry by 1200 years. The charter section in question was retained in 1707 specifically as a good faith acknowledgement of that prior claim. It's in the original drafting notes." She set a second document on the chamber floor with the precise placement of someone who has researched the exact protocol. "Would anyone like to see them?" Nobody immediately said yes. Several people were looking at Hermione with the expression that people often gave her when she had just outpaced them and they were still working out how it had happened. "Mr. Potter." Madame Bones's voice cut through the noise. She was on her feet, and her monocle was fixed on him, and her expression was exactly what it had been at his hearing, professionally measured, genuinely intelligent, and willing to follow evidence wherever it went. "These are extraordinary claims. The chamber will need time to review the documentation." "Of course," Harry said. "I'm not asking for an immediate ruling. I'm entering the claim into record and requesting formal acknowledgement of Section 47's applicability while the review proceeds." He paused. "Which means, Madame Bones, that during the review period, the sovereignty claim has provisional status. The ministry cannot act against the claimant's interests without this chamber's unanimous consent." The silence this time was the kind that means everyone in the room has just caught up with the same implication simultaneously. Fudge understood it. Harry could see him understanding it, saw it move through the minister's face like weather. Provisional status under Section 47 meant Harry was untouchable by ministry action during the review. No more hearings. No more decrees. No more educational decrees numbered anything because those would fall under ministry action against the claimant's direct interests, given that the claimant was currently enrolled at a ministry-overseen institution. Umbridge understood it too. Harry looked at her. He'd been not looking at her since he came in, deliberately, and now he looked at her directly and let her see that he'd been saving this. "Dolores Umbridge," he said. The chamber's murmuring dropped out again. "You currently hold the position of Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, and you held until recently the position of High Inquisitor at Hogwarts School." He reached into the document case. "I have here 17 sworn testimonies from Hogwarts students regarding your use of a blood quill during disciplinary detentions. A blood quill is a dark artifact, classified as such under Section 14 of the Magical Artifacts Regulation Act of 1932. He set the testimonies on the chamber floor beside Hermione's documents. "That's a criminal offense. Multiple counts." Umbridge smiled. It was a bad smile, the kind built out of professional sweetness and personal contempt. "Mr. Potter, these are very serious." "Yes," Harry said. "They are. That's why I'm raising them here, on the record, in front of the full Wisengamot, where your supervisor," he nodded toward Fudge without looking away from Umbridge, "cannot quietly make them disappear." He paused. "I'd like a formal inquiry opened. Today, Madame Bones, if you're able." Amelia Bones looked at the 17 testimonies on the floor of the chamber. She looked at Umbridge. She looked at Harry. Something in her expression settled into a particular kind of professional resolve that was very satisfying to watch. "I am able," she said. "The inquiry is opened. Madame Umbridge, you are suspended from ministerial duties pending investigation. Your access credentials are revoked as of this session." "This is outrageous," Umbridge said, and her voice had finally dropped the sweetness and was just the contempt. The minister, Amelia Bones said, "cannot authorize the use of blood quills. Nobody can. They're dark artifacts." She looked at Fudge, who had gone from red to a grayish color. "Minister, do you have an objection to the inquiry?" Fudge opened his mouth. Looked at the chamber. Looked at Harry. Looked at the 17 testimonies on the floor. "No," he said, very quietly. Umbridge stood up. Her chair scraped back and the sound of it in the quiet chamber was very loud. She looked at Harry, and the thing on her face was not sweet at all now and never had been. It was the naked, petty fury of someone who has built a small empire on the ability to punish people who couldn't fight back and has just met one who can. "You have no idea," she said softly, "what you're starting." "I know exactly what I'm starting," Harry said. "That's the difference between us." She left the chamber. The door closed behind her. The session continued for another 2 hours, and Harry sat through most of it, learning the rhythms and procedures of the body, listening to who said what and how, watching the political alignments shift visibly as members positioned themselves relative to the new development. Several members approached him during a recess with the careful, measuring attention of people deciding whether to invest in something. He was polite. He was direct. He did not make promises he wasn't prepared to keep. Neville sat beside him through the second hour and said very little, but twice Harry caught him watching a particular cluster of older Wisengamot members with an expression of careful, sustained attention, and when Harry raised an eyebrow at him Neville said, quietly, "Crouch's allies. Still in their seats. Still influential." He said it without heat, just noting it, and Harry nodded and added it to the growing internal map. When they came out of the ministry into the afternoon, all three of them, blinking in the grey London light, Ron and Luna were waiting at the Muggle entrance because the public gallery had cleared 20 minutes before the session ended. Ron fell into step beside Harry without preamble. "Umbridge's face," he said. "When you dropped the testimonies." "Worth it," Neville said. "I've been thinking about something," Luna said. She was looking at the middle distance in her particular way. "Lucius Malfoy wasn't in the chamber today. He was informed about the session, I know because his owl used a specific ministry notification service that went out this morning." She paused. "But he didn't come. Someone who was deciding whether to oppose your claim publicly would have come. Someone who had already decided to oppose it differently would stay away." "He's planning something," Harry said. "He was planning something before today," Luna said. "Today changed what?" They walked back toward the Muggle Street, and Harry was quiet for a while, running the day through his mind, the chamber's reactions, the shifting faces, Umbridge's exit, Amelia Bones's immediate decisiveness. The ministry was not monolithic. It never had been. There were people in it who were waiting for something to push against the rot, who had spent years being outmaneuvered by Fudge and Umbridge and the quiet network of Malfoy influence that ran through the institution like damp through old walls. He thought about Lucius Malfoy. Lucius was the kind of intelligence that was dangerous precisely because it came with absolute conviction. He believed in what he believed, the supremacy of old magical bloodlines, the necessity of a world structured around those bloodlines, the fundamental wrongness of Muggle-born witches and wizards having the same rights as people who'd grown up in magical families. He believed this not as performance but as the deepest organizing principle of his reality. He was not a yes-man to Voldemort, he was a fellow traveler who'd found Voldemort's methods useful for advancing an agenda he'd held independently. A Pendragon claim changed everything for Lucius Malfoy. Not just politically, philosophically. The Pendragon bloodline was among the oldest magical bloodlines in Britain. The Ambrosius bloodline was older still. If Harry was the legitimate heir of both, then the entire framework of pure-blood supremacy, the idea that centuries of unbroken magical lineage conferred rightful authority, pointed directly at Harry rather than away from him. Lucius couldn't oppose the claim on blood grounds without undermining his own foundational beliefs. He'd have to find a different angle. Harry wanted to know what it was before Lucius was ready to use it. "Luna," he said. "Yes." "The Department of Mysteries visit. Do you have a specific contact in the ministry who could find out what he accessed?" "I have someone who notices things," Luna said, "rather than a specific contact. She's a records clerk in the Department of Administrative Registry, which interfaces with the Department of Mysteries on personnel movements. She notices things and she tells me because she thinks I'm researching a Quibbler article." A pause. "She's not wrong, exactly. Ask her what Lucius Malfoy accessed," Harry said. "I'll ask her tonight," Luna said, and hummed something to herself as she walked, and the conversation moved on. They arrived back at Grimmauld Place at 3 in the afternoon to find Dumbledore in the kitchen with Lupin and McGonagall, the three of them gathered around a parchment with the focused intensity of a working group. McGonagall looked up when Harry came in, and the look she gave him was one he'd never received from her before, not approval, exactly, because McGonagall's approval was specific and earned, but something close to it. Recognition. The look of one serious person acknowledging another. "Sit down," Harry said, pulling out a chair, because this was apparently who he was now, a person who told Minerva McGonagall to sit down, and she did it. "Tell me what you're looking at." "Hogwarts," Dumbledore said. He straightened up from the parchment, which turned out to be a floor plan, not a standard one but something much older, more detailed, with annotations in a familiar handwriting that Harry recognized with a jolt as Merlin's. "There are aspects of the castle's magical infrastructure that, in light of everything, I feel you should know about." McGonagall looked at the grimoire in Harry's pocket and then at his face. "The castle's founding protections," she said. "The ones that aren't in any text the students can access. Godric Gryffindor and the others laid them, but the original design was Merlin's," Harry said. McGonagall paused. "Yes. He mentions it in the grimoire," Harry said. Chapter 7. He calls it the School of the Second Age, which is not a name anyone uses now but is consistent with the founding period. He took out the grimoire and turned to the relevant section and set it in front of McGonagall, who looked at it with the expression of someone whose entire academic career has just been reorganized. "The castle responds to the Pendragon heir," Dumbledore said. He said it carefully, like a man disclosing something he'd verified recently and was still processing. "I've suspected this for some time. Several anomalous events during your time at the school, the Sorting Hat's deliberation, the Chamber of Secrets, the way the Triwizard Cup was manipulated," Harry said. "Before it was manipulated," Dumbledore said. "The base selection. I believe the cup registered you as both a champion and something more than a champion. The manipulation worked against that, but the initial registration was genuine." He paused. "Hogwarts knows what you are. It has always known." The kitchen was quiet for a moment. Outside, London traffic moved past, indifferent and continuous. "Good," Harry said. "That's useful." He looked at the floor plan. "What specifically were you looking at?" They worked through it together, the five of them around the kitchen table, Harry, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Lupin, and Hermione, who had come in midway through and immediately begun annotating a parallel copy of the floor plan. The castle's foundational protections were layered in a way that Dumbledore had partially understood and was now reframing through the Pendragon lens, protections that were keyed not just to the headmaster's authority but to a deeper authority underneath it, dormant and waiting like the vault, like everything else connected to this inheritance, patient across centuries. The castle would respond to Harry's intent in ways it didn't respond to anyone else's. Not override the headmaster's authority, work beneath it, at a level the headmaster's authority didn't reach. It was like discovering a basement in a house you'd lived in for years. "The wards," McGonagall said, pointing to a section of the floor plan. "The external boundary. They can be strengthened. Significantly. The standard maintenance protocol was designed by Dilys Derwent in 1741 and has been followed ever since, but it was designed for the post-statute magical world. The original ward architecture was designed for a world where the king could strengthen them personally," Harry said. "Yes." He looked at the floor plan for a moment. "I'll go back to Hogwarts in September," he said. "Obviously. But I'm not going back as a student who happens to have a sword in his pocket. When I walk through those doors in September," he paused. "Things will be different." "Different how?" Lupin asked. "Umbridge won't be there," Harry said. "The Blood Quill inquiry will see to that officially, but she was never going to be there while I was claiming sovereignty. She'd have tried to use the school as leverage. Every educational decree she filed will be reviewed under Section 47, and they'll all fail review because they all constitute ministry action against the claimant's educational interests. He counted them off in his mind, 17 decrees, each one a small piece of institutional damage done to his school, done to his classmates, done to the ordinary functioning of a place that was supposed to protect young people. One by one. The students, Hermione said. She'd been writing, and now she looked up. The ones who gave testimonies for the inquiry. When they hear about today, when word gets back, it'll get back quickly, Harry said. Ministry gossip moves fast. They'll want to do something, she said. They'll want to be involved. Harry thought about Dumbledore's army, the room of requirement, the coin-based communication system, 50 students who'd shown up because they wanted to learn to defend themselves and because, underneath that, they wanted someone to take them seriously. He thought about what that group could become with the summer's work behind it and a clearer purpose ahead. Good, he said. Let them. When we get back in September, the DA becomes something official. Not a secret club. An official institution, a training program, with proper curriculum, open to every house. He looked at Dumbledore. With the school's formal support this time. Dumbledore looked at him across the table. The warm concern was still there, but it sat alongside something now that was closer to respect, the real kind, not the performance of it. The school's formal support, he said, and mine. Yes. The evening came on slowly, the way evenings do in late summer, gold to purple to dark outside the Grimmauld Place windows. The planning session broke up around 7 and people drifted toward food and rest and the particular quiet that follows a day when things have actually moved. Harry was in the hallway, jacket on, intending to go up to his room and read more of the grimoire, when Ginny Weasley came down the stairs. He hadn't seen her yet this visit. She'd arrived that afternoon while he was at the ministry. He knew because her name had come up at the table and Ron had made a face that Harry had filed for later examination. She was in her own clothes, not the school robes or the Grimmauld Place casual wear that her siblings defaulted to, a soft red jumper that made her look like herself rather than like a generic Weasley, and she looked at him on the way down the stairs with the particular quality of gaze she'd always had, the one that went straight past the famous person nonsense and looked at the actual person underneath. "You were brilliant today," she said. She said it simply, without the admiring tone that the sentence might have carried from someone else. Just a statement of observed fact. "You heard?" Harry said. "Ron sent a Patronus." She reached the hallway floor and stopped, leaning against the newel post. "Umbridge," she said. "The blood quill testimonies." 17 of them, Harry said. Her expression did something then, a flash of something that was not quite anger and not quite grief, the face of someone who'd submitted a testimony of her own and hadn't been sure anyone would ever do anything about it. She controlled it quickly, but Harry had seen it. "Thank you," she said, and it meant more than the words. "You submitted one," he said. It wasn't a question. She looked at him. "Second week of term," she said. "She kept me after the first DA meeting, you were already gone, everyone else had left. She said she was just going to talk to me but she had the quill out and," she stopped. The control in her face was absolute and he respected it, she wasn't asking for anything except to be heard. 40 minutes. She asked me about you and about the DA and about Dumbledore and every answer that wasn't what she wanted earned another line. The cold clear thing in Harry's chest had gone very cold. "She's suspended," he said. "The inquiry will have findings within a month. She won't be at Hogwarts in September and she won't hold a ministry position after the inquiry." He held Ginny's gaze. "I promise you." "I know," she said. Not because she was mollifying him, because she did know, he realized, because she had watched today happen and she understood that his promises were now a different kind of thing than they'd been before. "That's what I wanted to tell you, actually. That I know." She straightened away from the newel post. "And that I'm glad you found the vault." She went past him toward the kitchen, where the sounds of a Weasley dinner being assembled were escalating toward their usual cheerful chaos. Harry stood in the hallway for a moment, not quite where he'd been before the conversation. He went upstairs and read the grimoire for 2 hours and then came down for dinner and sat between Ginny and Neville at a table full of the people he was doing this for and felt, underneath everything, the kind of bedrock certainty that doesn't require maintenance. It was after dinner, the table cleared, Ron engaged in a complex argument with his mother about whether gallons of gravy constituted a food group, that Luna caught Harry's eye across the table and made a small gesture toward the hallway. He followed her out. She stood in the front hallway with her arms folded, and she looked like she was deciding how to say something, which was unusual for Luna. "My contact," she said. "I reached her by Patronus before dinner. She got back to me." A pause. Lucius Malfoy accessed the Department of Mysteries through a private interface that's logged under a ministerial security protocol. The protocol was set up 18 months ago, signed off by Fudge. She looked at Harry. The access was to the Hall of Prophecy. Harry was quiet for a moment. "The Hall of Prophecy," he said. "He was there for approximately 90 minutes, Luna said. "My contact doesn't know what he accessed specifically, because the Hall's internal records are sealed. But the external log shows he entered and exited, and the duration is consistent with someone who was searching rather than retrieving." "Searching for what?" Harry said. "My contact says, and this is speculative, that Voldemort has been pushing his inner circle to find any prophecy in the Hall that relates to a second magical sovereignty." She looked at Harry with those pale, steady eyes. "There are prophecies in there that predate the Ministry. If there's one that references the Pendragon line, Voldemort would want to know what it says before I do," Harry said. "Or before anyone does," Luna said. "Because if there's a prophecy that validates your claim, and Voldemort knows about it, he has two choices. Use it against you somehow, or destroy it." Harry stood in the dark hallway and thought about this. The Hall of Prophecy was in the Department of Mysteries, which he'd been to once under the worst possible circumstances. The orbs on those shelves stretched away in rows apparently without end. Finding a specific prophecy, searching through them, that would take time. It also meant Lucius had been doing this carefully, quietly, for at least 18 months, which meant the timeline predated the Pendragon claim by a significant margin. Which meant someone had known, or suspected, that the claim was coming. "Good work," Harry said. "I haven't done anything yet," Luna said. "I just asked a question." "Asking the right questions," Harry said, "is the work." She looked at him and something shifted in her expression, not the usual dreaminess but something more grounded, more present. "There's something else," she said. "My contact mentioned that after Malfoy's visit, she noticed an anomaly in the records. A secondary access, the following day, from a visitor logged only as a ministry consultant. No name. Just a designation code." She paused. The designation code belongs to a class of ministry contractor that was abolished in 1987. Someone used a dead classification to get into the Hall of Prophecy the day after Lucius Malfoy. "Voldemort?" Harry said. "Or someone acting directly for him. Someone with enough ministry access to forge credentials that's sophisticated." Luna tilted her head. "Fudge didn't arrange the first visit, even if he signed off on the protocol. But someone with direct ministry access arranged the second." "A mole," Harry said. "More than one, probably," Luna said, with the calm of someone delivering a weather report. "The ministry has been compromised at a structural level for some time. I think you know that." "Kingsley knows it too," Harry said. "We need to compare notes." He paused. "Luna. How much of this will you put in the Quibbler?" She thought about this. "Everything that would help people understand what's happening," she said, "and nothing that would tell Lucius Malfoy what we know." She paused. "Dad can be," she searched for the word, "imprecise with sensitive information. But he's also the only publication that will print things the Daily Prophet won't touch." "Work with him on it," Harry said. "The Pendragon claim should be public. The vault, the inheritance, the Wisengamot session, all public. The mole and the prophecy search, not yet. Understood, she said. She went back into the dining room. Harry stayed in the hallway a moment longer. He thought about the Hall of Prophecy. He thought about Lucius Malfoy spending 90 minutes searching for a prophecy in a sealed hall, working for Voldemort or working for his own agenda or, most likely, both. He thought about the dead classification code and the anonymous consultant and the structural rot in the ministry that ran deeper than Fudge's incompetence. He thought about Ginny's face when she'd said Umbridge had kept her for 40 minutes with a blood quill. The cold clear thing in his chest had not warmed. It had settled into something more useful than warmth, a fixed point, a compass bearing. He went back into the dining room. Ron's gravy argument had been won, apparently, because he was having more gravy. Hermione was talking to McGonagall about the Hogwarts ward architecture. Neville was listening to Lupin with the expression of someone absorbing tactical information. Dumbledore was at the end of the table, drinking tea, watching everything with eyes that were thoughtful rather than managing. Harry sat down. Ginny passed him the bread without being asked, not looking at him, a small domestic motion so natural it barely registered. Outside, London was doing its night things, and somewhere in the ministry a hall full of orbs sat in its sealed chamber with its secrets, and in the Malfoy library a man with platinum hair was thinking through a problem he hadn't expected, and in whatever ruin or shadow Voldemort currently inhabited a darkness was pressing outward against the world. And Harry ate his bread and listened to his people talk and built tomorrow's moves in the back of his mind with the quiet, total focus of someone who has finally stopped reacting and started deciding. Tomorrow he would begin the work on the Hogwarts ward enhancement. Tomorrow he would start reading the Hall of Prophecy chapter of the Grimoire, which Merlin had apparently written an entire chapter about. Hermione had flagged it in the index. Tomorrow he would reach out to Kingsley about the mole. Tonight he was here, with these people, and it was enough. The candles in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place burned low, and the night outside was full of the ordinary sounds of a city that did not know its king was sitting in a Georgian kitchen eating bread and planning the restoration of a world it had forgotten was meant to be whole. Chapter 4, Fire and Old Bones. The attack came on a Wednesday. Harry knew something was wrong before the wards triggered, the way you know a storm is coming before the clouds arrive, a change in pressure, something in the quality of the air that a year of paying attention to magical spaces had made him sensitive to. He was in the Grimmauld Place library, 3 days after the Wisengamot session, cross-referencing a section of the grimoire against one of the older texts Hermione had retrieved from the Pendragon vault, when the feeling hit him. A wrongness. Directional, like a sound. He was on his feet before he'd consciously decided to move. The ward alert came half a second later, a low resonant pulse through the floorboards that was Grimmauld Place's version of an alarm, the kind only the household's key occupants could feel. It hit him and Neville simultaneously, and he heard Neville's chair scrape back in the room next door. How many? Neville called through the wall. Harry was already in the hallway, Excalibur in hand at full length, the blade throwing its characteristic light across the dark corridor. He reached out with the particular awareness the vault had opened in him, an extension of magical sense that he'd been developing over the past 3 days, learning to use the way you learn to use a muscle you didn't know you had. Not here, he said. Somewhere else. 3 locations, I can feel 3 separate. He stopped, because what he was feeling was not something he had language for yet. 3 points of pressure. 3 places where something bad was happening or was about to happen. London is one. Hogwarts. And, he pressed his palm flat against the wall of the corridor and the house's own magical fabric fed him something, Hogsmeade. Neville was in the corridor now, wand in hand, fully dressed because Neville had taken to sleeping in his clothes since the Wisengamot session. Simultaneous? Yes. That's coordinated, Neville said, which was stating the obvious but stating it clearly and quickly, which was what you needed. Voldemort? Or Lucius moving first, Harry said. Either way. He went to the top of the stairs and raised his voice. Everyone up. Now. The house came alive fast, the Order knew how to respond to alerts, and the handful of people in the building that night mobilized with the efficient urgency of experienced people. Lupin appeared from the second floor, coat already on. Kingsley materialized from somewhere with his wand drawn. Hermione came out of her room with a bag already over her shoulder, because Hermione packed emergency bags and always had them ready. Ron was the last out and he came out already levitating, his shoes on in front of him, jamming his feet in while still moving, which was an impressive feat of magical multitasking. Dumbledore was not at Grimmauld Place. He'd left that morning for a meeting Harry hadn't been fully briefed on, which Harry had noted and not commented on because he understood that Dumbledore's complete operational transparency was going to be an ongoing negotiation rather than an immediate transformation. Kingsley, Harry said, taking the stairs two at a time, London first. What's in London that Voldemort would hit tonight? Kingsley was thinking fast, the way competent people think fast, not hurried, just compressed. St. Mungo's, he said. The Auror headquarters in Whitehall. The archives. Archives, Harry said immediately. Kingsley looked at him sharply. Why archives? Because the Pendragon claim is 3 days old and the copies of the genealogical documentation are stored there. If the copies are destroyed and the Gringotts originals are compromised simultaneously, he looked at Kingsley. How secure are the Gringotts documents? Ragnarok doesn't lose things, Kingsley said, which was not quite an answer. Go check, Harry said. Now, Patronus to Ragnarok. I'll deal with the archives. He turned to the room. Remus, Hogsmeade. Take Neville. The town will have civilians. Hermione, Hogwarts, she said. Yes. McGonagall is there, she'll need support with the wards. Don't strengthen the wards yet, Harry said. Not until I can do it properly. Just hold the line. He looked at her. You know what the priority is. The students, she said. Yes. Ron. Ron had both shoes on now and was looking at Harry with the expression of someone who has decided to be completely reliable. You're with me. London, archives, got it, Ron said. Ginny stays here with the Fidelius active, Harry said. He said it before he could think about whether it sounded like he was protecting her specifically, which he was, and which he was also prepared to justify. Grimmauld Place needed someone with combat ability to hold it as a base. But he looked at Ginny as he said it. She looked back at him steadily. She didn't argue, which told him she'd assessed the situation and reached the same conclusion independently. I'll hold the house, she said. Go. They operat. The Ministry of Magic Archives occupied a building in Whitehall that looked, from the outside, like a bland government annex, beige stone, small windows, the sort of building that civil servants walk past every day without registering. On the inside it was a 7-story warren of warded shelving, sealed cases, and the particular organized dust of decades of bureaucratic record-keeping. It also contained, Harry knew, 3 recently filed copies of documents that could be used to either validate or, in the wrong hands, create a legal challenge to the Pendragon claim. He and Ron came out of their apparition side by side in the building's service entrance. The wards were already compromised, he could feel it like a draft from a broken window, a specific weakness in the building's magical skin. They're inside, Ron said. 2 of them, Harry said. He could feel 2 presences in the same particular way he'd felt the 3 attack points from Grimmauld Place, not through any spell he could name, just through the awareness the sword had unlocked. 3rd floor, north section. They went in through the service door, which opened to Harry's touch without any unlocking spell, the building's residual Pendragon-keyed architecture registering him the way Hogwarts did. That was useful. He filed it. The ground floor was empty and dark, the archive shelving rising in the dimness on either side, sealed cases faintly luminous with their preserving charms. The stairwell was at the far end, and Harry moved quickly but without running. Running in darkness through an unfamiliar interior was how you got surprised, and he was done being surprised. The first Death Eater came over the 2nd floor landing railing in a diving attack, killing curse already cast, green light blazing down the stairwell. Harry moved left and the curse hit the wall behind him with a crack that left a scorch mark in the plaster. He had Excalibur up in the same motion, and the blade caught the residual magical energy of the killing curse the way a mirror catches light and did something with it that Harry hadn't known it could do, deflected it sideways, not back along its path but outward, dissipating it into the wall in a shower of green sparks rather than letting it exist in a form that could harm anyone. He filed that too. Later. The Death Eater landed badly at the bottom of the stairs, their dive turned into a fall by the unexpected deflection. Ron had them stunned before they hit the floor properly, a crisp wordless stunner that caught them mid-scramble, and stepped over the body without breaking stride. "Third floor," Harry said. The second Death Eater was in the middle of a very focused piece of dark magic, a destruction charm Harry recognized from the Grimoire's chapter on historical offensive spells, a sustained casting piece of work that was burning through a sealed archive case from the inside. The case was already half gone, and Harry could see through the smoke what was inside, the documents. The copies. The authenticated genealogical certification and the Wisengamot filing, going black and curling at the edges. The Death Eater turned when they heard footsteps and fired a blasting curse that took out a shelf of records from the 1800s, a loss Harry felt with a particular anger because those weren't just documents, they were history, they were the actual record of real people's lives reduced to ash by a man in a mask following orders. Harry raised Excalibur. He hadn't used it offensively before. He'd deflected with it, held it, felt its warmth and its presence. He hadn't used it as a weapon in a direct engagement, and part of him had wondered whether it was primarily a symbolic object, a statement of claim rather than a functional tool. It was not primarily a symbolic object. The light that left the blade when Harry swept it in a short controlled arc was not a spell. It was not anything he'd studied in 6 years of defense. It was something older, a frequency of magical force that felt like the way the vault had felt, like acknowledgement compressed into action, and it hit the Death Eater's shield charm and went straight through it the way a stone goes through water, through the shield and into the protective charms the Death Eater had layered on their robes and through those too, and the Death Eater flew backward into the archive shelves and dropped like they'd been switched off. Not dead. Harry had meant not dead, and the sword had interpreted that intent precisely. He crossed to the burning case. The documents were damaged but not destroyed, the archive's own preserving charms had slowed the burning, and perhaps a third of each document was gone but the authentication seals and the core genealogical data were intact. He cast a suppression charm on the fire, and the smoke cleared, and he carefully removed what remained. "Can Gringotts reconstruct the damaged sections?" Ron asked, appearing at his shoulder. "They have the originals," Harry said. "These were copies. The copies are damaged, the originals aren't." He turned the blackened parchment in his hands. "But the fact that this was targeted, means someone told Voldemort where the copies were," Ron said. "The Ministry mole." "Yes." Harry looked at the unconscious Death Eater in the wreckage of the archive shelving. He walked over and removed the mask. The face underneath was youngish, mid-20s, sharp-featured, unfamiliar. Not someone from the inner circle. A foot soldier. Someone who'd been given a target and a method and had executed it competently and been stopped anyway. "He'll go to the Ministry holding cells," Harry said. "Kingsley should be the one to process him, not the standard Auror intake." "Because of the mole," Ron said. "Because of the mole." Harry straightened up. He looked at the damaged documents in his hand, and then around the archive floor, the burned shelving, the lost records of the 1800s, the general wreckage of the attack. Who knew these copies were here? Ron counted on his fingers. Everyone at the Grimmauld Place kitchen table when Hermione reported on the filing. Us. Dumbledore. McGonagall. Lupin. Kingsley. He paused. And whoever Hermione talked to in the records office when she filed. "The records office," Harry said. "Yeah. Get Hermione's contact information for the records office clerk. Tonight, as soon as she's back from Hogwarts." Ron nodded, already pulling out the two-way communication coin that the DA had used and that Harry had repurposed as the group's internal signaling system, tapping it to send a holding message to the others. Harry's coin warmed against his palm 3 times in quick succession, Lupin's signal from Hogsmeade, Hermione's from Hogwarts, Kingsley's from Gringotts. All still active. All in the fight. He looked at the coin and reached with his Pendragon awareness, trying to get a read on the other 2 locations. Hogsmeade felt, tense, active, people in motion but nothing catastrophic yet. Hogwarts felt like Hogwarts always felt from a distance, ancient and layered and complicated, but with something new in it that he realized after a moment was simply the castle registering his awareness and responding. Like it recognized him reaching out. He held that for a moment, then pulled his attention back. Let's move. I want to see Hogsmeade. They came out of the Whitehall archive into the dark street and apparat. Hogsmeade at night was quieter than it was in daylight, the high street closed up, the 3 broomsticks dark. The attack here had been less targeted than the archive, less surgical. This was noise, Harry realized as he and Ron came in on the northern edge of the village and took in the scene. 3 buildings on fire. The post office, a residential house on the corner, and Honeydukes. Spellfire in the middle of the high street where Lupin and Neville were engaged with 4 Death Eaters. Harry saw the shape of it instantly. The archive attack had been quiet and specific. This was a distraction, loud and visible and designed to pull resources. Which means Hogwarts is the real target, he said. Ron saw it at the same time. Go, he said. I'll help Remus and Neville. Harry was already moving. He didn't apparate to the Hogwarts gates because you couldn't apparate past the school's wards. He ran, 300 yards across the Hogsmeade Common toward the castle gates, Excalibur in hand, the blade's light painting the ground ahead of him silver, and he felt the castle before he saw it, felt it the way he'd never felt it before, as a living presence, ancient and aware, and it was responding to his approach in a way that went all the way through its foundations. The gates opened before he reached them. Not slowly, not with a groaning of old metal. They opened with a snap, both halves swinging wide simultaneously, and Harry passed through them and onto the grounds and felt the castle's awareness wrap around him like a hand, not a suffocating grip, a steadying one. Recognition. Welcome. Something was happening on the 7th floor. He could feel it as a concentrated wrongness, a dark presence pressing against the castle's fabric from inside, and as he ran he reached out to the castle's foundational architecture the way Merlin's grimoire had described, not commanding it, not the way a headmaster issues instructions, but asking. Requesting. The castle answered. Every light in every corridor between the gates and the 7th floor lit simultaneously, and the staircases rearranged themselves into the most direct path, and the portraits along the route, who normally watched and gossiped, pressed themselves against their frames in silence, making room, and Harry ran through the castle he'd grown up in and it felt entirely different from every time before, felt like running through a place that knew him, that had always known him, that had been waiting for this particular night. He came through the door to the 7th floor corridor at a dead run and found Hermione. She was holding a shield charm against 2 Death Eaters simultaneously, which should not have been possible for one person and was only possible for her because she'd modified the charm's focal geometry in her 3rd year and never mentioned it to anyone. Her shield was holding but it was at the edge of what she could maintain, he could see that in the set of her shoulders, the slightly too controlled quality of her stance. McGonagall was on the floor. Alive, Harry checked that first and felt his heart restart when he saw her chest moving, but stunned, or something more specific than stunned. A targeted spell, the kind designed to take out the most capable person first. The 3rd Death Eater was at the other end of the corridor, not fighting. Casting. Working on something at the wall, the specific stretch of blank corridor wall that Harry recognized with a cold dropping sensation in his stomach. The Room of Requirement. They were trying to break into the Room of Requirement. Harry. Hermione's voice was strained but controlled. The one on the wall, don't let him finish. Harry didn't run. He stopped completely, in the middle of the corridor, and he raised Excalibur, and he thought very clearly about what he needed. The sword's light intensified. Not blindingly, not theatrically, just definitively, a brightness that filled the corridor from wall to wall and ceiling to floor and made shadows impossible. Both of Hermione's attackers flinched, their aim breaking, and in that break she dropped her shield charm and fired 2 stunners in rapid succession that hit them both with the precision of someone who had been waiting for exactly this opening. They hit the floor. Harry was already moving to the 3rd Death Eater. This one didn't flinch. They kept casting, right up until the moment Harry's hand landed on their shoulder and pulled them physically away from the wall, which was a completely mundane act of physical removal that no shield could block because it wasn't a spell. The Death Eater spun and cast something at close range, a cutting curse, fast and vicious, and Harry took it on the blade, which sheared through the curse's magical structure the same way it had sheared through the shield charm in the archive, and the remaining magical energy dispersed into the stone floor harmlessly. Then Harry disarmed them. A clean, straightforward Expelliarmus, and the wand spun away, and the Death Eater stood in the corridor looking at him with the expression of someone who has run out of options and knows it. Harry looked at them for a moment. Behind the mask was a pair of eyes that were frightened and angry and convinced of something deeply. He didn't remove the mask. He didn't need to know who this was tonight. "Incarcerus," he said, and the ropes bound them neatly, and he turned away. Hermione was kneeling beside McGonagall. "She's hit with a modified petrificus," she said. "It'll wear off in an hour. She's not hurt." "Good." Harry crouched beside her. McGonagall's face was composed even in imposed stillness, which was deeply characteristic. What were they doing at the room? "Trying to access it," Hermione said. "Not to get in, to destroy the activation mechanism. If they'd succeeded, the room would have been permanently sealed or permanently destroyed." She looked at him. "Harry, the Room of Requirement was keyed to the Pendragon architecture. Merlin built it. It's in the Grimoire, Chapter 11, the section on embedded sanctuary spaces." Harry had reached Chapter 11 that afternoon. He remembered the section but hadn't connected it to the room. He connected it now. "They're trying to remove my resources before I know I have them," he said. "Yes," Hermione said. "The archive copies, the room, both things that could be strategically useful to you." "Lucius," Harry said. "Voldemort," she said. "Or both. The methodology is Lucius, targeted, infrastructure-focused, quiet. But the scope is Voldemort. You don't hit 3 locations simultaneously with this kind of coordination without the Dark Lord's personal directive." Harry stood up. He went to the wall of the corridor and laid his palm flat against the stretch of stone in front of the Room of Requirement. He felt the castle's warmth under his hand, felt the room's particular deeper than the building presence, old and patiently functional, entirely undamaged. "Thank you," he said. "To the castle." Not out loud, internally, the way you thank something that responds to intent rather than sound. The castle's warmth pulsed against his palm, once. Hermione was watching him. Her expression had moved past urgency into something more complicated. "You talked to the castle," she said. "It answered," he said. She looked at the corridor, at the light coming from Excalibur, at the 3 bound or unconscious Death Eaters, at McGonagall still and steady on the stone floor. She looked at Harry. "I submitted my testimony about Umbridge before you asked me," she said. It was a completely non sequitur sentence and entirely relevant. "Last October. To Madame Bones. She acknowledged receipt and did nothing with it for 9 months. She paused. 9 months, and it took you 3 days in the Wisingamat to turn it into an actual inquiry." "The system wasn't designed to investigate itself," Harry said. "No," she said. "But you're not working within the system anymore, are you?" "I'm replacing the parts that don't work," Harry said, which was not quite the same thing. She sat with that for a moment. "Then, practically, we need to send for the Aurors. The ones Kingsley trusts." His communication coin warmed in rapid sequence, Lupin, then Ron, both signals indicating the situation resolved. He sent back a confirmation, then sent a specific message to Kingsley, for Death Eaters for pickup, 3 locations, Kingsley's team only. The next hour was the logistics of aftermath, Auror pickup, McGonagall reviving and immediately attempting to stand up before she was fully oriented. Harry caught her elbow without comment and she accepted this with the dignity of someone who has decided to pretend it didn't happen. The Death Eaters removed and magical restraints, the castle secured. Lupin and Neville arrived from Hogsmeade at the same time Ron did. Neville had a burn on his forearm that he was ignoring with the stoicism of someone who has had worse. Lupin had a torn coat and the slightly luminous look he sometimes got after combat, which Harry had noticed before and understood now to be the werewolf's constitution repairing itself faster than it should. Ron looked unhurt and extremely energized. 3 down in Hogsmeade, Ron said. The fires are out. Neville did the major suppression while Remus and I handled the Death Eaters. The post office is going to need repair work, and Honeydukes lost their front window. Casualties? Harry said. None, Lupin said. He looked steadier now, the combat energy settling. 1 resident from the corner house had to be evacuated. She's fine, just frightened. We've got her at the 3 broomsticks. He looked around the corridor. What happened here? Hermione explained efficiently. Lupin listened with the careful attention of someone filing information. His eyes went to the wall of the corridor where the room of requirement lived, and then to Harry, and then to Excalibur. They coordinated all 3 attacks to happen simultaneously, Neville said. He was holding his burned arm without looking at it, standing with his weight even and his expression analytical. London covered the archive, Hogsmeade drew immediate response resources, and Hogwarts was the actual primary target. The room of requirement, Lupin said. And probably the headmaster's office as well, Hermione said. If they'd gotten the room, the next target would have been Dumbledore's study. There are Pendragon-keyed texts there too. Items Dumbledore collected over decades without fully knowing why. He was collecting the inheritance before I existed to claim it, Harry said. Yes, Hermione said, with a slight emphasis that suggested she'd had thoughts about this. Harry looked at the corridor, at his people, at the castle around them. He made a decision. I'm strengthening the wards tonight, he said. Harry, Lupin began. The grimoire has the process. It's not complicated, it's exhausting, but it's not complicated. He looked at Remus. I could wait until I've studied it more thoroughly. But they just tried to take the room and they'll try something else in a week, or 3 days, or tomorrow night if they think they missed something. He paused. Waiting is how people get hurt. Lupin was quiet for a moment. Then, what do you need? Everyone to stay back. It'll be loud, magically speaking. The castle will do most of the work, I just have to authorize it. He turned to the castle. And I need to be at the foundation point. Which is? Hermione asked. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry said. He let that land for a moment. The chamber is the oldest part of the building. Slytherin built it to protect something he considered fundamental. But the chamber's structure predates Slytherin, he found it, he didn't build it. The actual foundation point is down there. You know this from the grimoire? Ron said. The grimoire and the castle, Harry said. He touched the wall again. It showed me. Neville looked at him. I'll come. Neville, you're going into the oldest, deepest part of a castle that was just attacked, Neville said, with absolute calm. I'm coming. Harry looked at him for a moment and thought about the compact sigil on both their hands, and thought about the grimoire's description of Arthur's council, not as ceremonial attendants but as people who went into the difficult places alongside rather than waiting outside. All right, he said. They went down. The Chamber of Secrets had not changed since Harry's second year, still the same cold, the same green-tinged dimness, the same carved serpents along the walls and the same stone floor that rang under footsteps. The skeleton of the basilisk was still there, enormous and stripped clean by time and whatever scavengers lived in the castle's deepest darkness. Harry moved past it without pause, following the pull that the castle sent through his feet, through his bones, toward the far end of the chamber beyond the great carved face of Salazar Slytherin. There was a door behind the face that Harry hadn't seen before, because it hadn't been there before, or because it only opened for certain people. It was low and narrow and cut from the same stone as the walls, and it opened when Harry's hand touched it without any command at all. Inside was the foundation point. He knew it immediately, not from any visual indicator but from the quality of the magical presence, which was so concentrated that it felt physical, like pressure against the skin. It was a circular room, small, with a domed ceiling and a single stone pillar at its center. The pillar had the same style of carving as the Pendragon vault, and the same heraldic dragon at its top, and the same Latin inscription. Rex quandam rex que futuris. Harry looked at it for a moment. Then he looked at Neville, who was taking it all in with the steady, grounded attention that had become his defining characteristic. "This'll take about 20 minutes, Harry said. "And I won't be entirely present for it." "I'll watch the door," Neville said, and took his position without another word. Harry put his palm on the pillar. He felt the castle's full presence lock around him like arms around a shaking person, vast and old and entirely steady, and he reached for the ward architecture with the Pendragon awareness, and the castle responded the way it had been waiting to respond for 15 centuries. It was not dramatic. It was the opposite of dramatic. It was slow and deeply structural, like laying foundations, like the work that happens before buildings rather than during them. Harry fed the process his intent, clearly and specifically: protection for the students, particularly the vulnerable ones, barriers against dark magic at every threshold, an awareness in the castle that could distinguish between student mischief and genuine threat, a responsiveness to the headmaster's needs that was supported rather than superseded by the Pendragon authority. The castle took what he gave and built with it. He could feel it building, not physically but magically, each new ward layer settling into the structure like courses of stone, solid and interlocking and enormously old feeling even as they went down fresh. He came back to himself when it was done. 23 minutes by his internal count. He was on one knee, hadn't realized he'd gone to one knee, and his head was ringing with the pleasant exhaustion of substantial magical work well done. Neville was crouching beside him. "All right?" "Fine," Harry said. He stood. His legs were solid. "It's done." "I know," Neville said. He had his hand on the wall of the small room and was looking at it with an expression of quiet wonder. "I could feel it going in. Even from here. It was like," he searched for words. "It was like a house locking all its doors at once." They came back up through the castle, which felt different now, not visibly different, nothing that would register to an ordinary observer, but fundamentally different to Harry, layered and strong in a new way, with the particular dense solidity of something that has just been completed. The portraits watched him as he passed, and several of them, the older ones, the ones that had been in the building since the medieval period, bowed their heads as he went by. He arrived back in the 7th floor corridor to find the others waiting with the contained energy of people who've been watching a clock. "Done," Hermione said. "Done," he said. "The new wards will stabilize over the next 12 hours. After that, nothing gets through that shouldn't." Ron let out a breath. "Good. Because Kingsley sent a message." He held up the communication coin. "They've processed the 3 archived Death Eaters and the 4 from Hogsmeade. 7 total. 3 Hogwarts." He paused. "That's 10 Death Eaters in a single night. Voldemort just spent significant resources on a plan that didn't work." "He'll be angry," Lupin said. "Good," Harry said. And he meant it, because an angry Voldemort was a Voldemort making decisions from emotion rather than strategy, and a Voldemort making emotional decisions was a Voldemort that could be predicted. They made their way down to the entrance hall in a group, all of them a bit battered, Neville favoring the burned arm now that the adrenaline had subsided, Hermione with dust in her hair and the indestructible focus still in her eyes, Ron telling Lupin about a specific moment in the Hogsmeade fight with the particular enthusiasm of someone who has done something genuinely impressive and wants full credit for it. McGonagall was in the entrance hall, fully restored and fully herself, standing with the straight-backed authority of someone who had been indisposed for exactly long enough to be annoyed about it. She looked at Harry when he came down the last stairs. The wards, she said. She hadn't been there. She'd felt them go in anyway, through the castle's fabric, the way all Hogwarts heads of house felt significant changes to the structure. I could feel it from the hospital wing. It needed doing, Harry said. She looked at him for a long moment. Yes, she said. It did. She paused. I've been teaching for 31 years. I have, another pause, and something moved in her usually composed face. I have strong opinions about what this school is for and what it should protect, and for the last 2 years I have watched it be used as a political instrument and I have not been able to stop that. Her chin came up. I can now, apparently. That is, she looked away briefly, at the castle walls, at the portraits watching. That is something. Harry said nothing. He just nodded, once, because she wasn't asking for a response, she was saying something that had been waiting a while to be said. The group went out into the Hogwarts grounds in the small hours of the morning, 1 in the morning, the sky fully dark and full of stars, the forbidden forest a black mass at the edge of vision. They gathered by the gates, preparing to apparate back to London, and Harry stood with the castle at his back and looked at his people in the starlight. Lupin was talking quietly to Neville, who was finally letting Lupin look at the burned arm. Ron was beside Harry, hands in his pockets, face turned up to the stars with the expression he wore when he was thinking about something fundamental and not ready to say it yet. Ron, Harry said. You didn't flinch tonight. Not once. Ron was quiet for a moment, still looking at the stars. Neither did you, he said. I've had practice. So have I, Ron said. He said it simply, without drama or resentment, just as a statement of fact. I've been getting practice for 5 years, Harry. We all have. He turned his head to look at Harry sideways. The difference now is that we're doing the practicing on purpose. Harry looked at him. Then he looked back at the castle, at Hogwarts, dark and lit and old and now better protected than it had been in centuries, the ancient stones breathing with the new wardwork settling into them, and he thought about his mother, who had known what she was and chosen the quiet life, and about his father, who had been brave and imperfect and 21 years old when he died, and about Sirius, who had spent 12 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit and had come out still capable of laughter, and about all the people whose lives this war had cost that should not have been paid. We should go back, Harry said. There's going to be a lot to do tomorrow. There's going to be a lot to do for the rest of our lives, Ron said cheerfully, which was somehow the most comforting thing anyone had said all night. They apparat. Grimmauld Place received them in the quiet of the early morning, the house alert and calm, Ginny in the hallway with a cup of tea and the look of someone who had been ready to go somewhere and had exercised discipline in staying. She looked at each of them in turn, the quick assessment of someone who's been waiting and running calculations, and her eyes paused on Neville's arm and on Harry's face. Everybody intact, she said. Everybody intact, Harry said. She handed him the cup of tea, which turned out to be exactly the right temperature, and turned back toward the kitchen to make more. Harry stood in the hallway of Grimmauld Place with the warmth of a mug in his hands and the exhaustion of Major Ward work in his bones, and through the kitchen doorway he could hear the sounds of the others settling, coats coming off, chairs pulling out, the particular winding down noises of a group of people who have been through something together and are coming back to ordinary life by degrees. He stood there for a moment longer. Then he went in. Dumbledore was at the kitchen table. He'd come back while they were at Hogwarts, and he was sitting at the table with a cup of tea he'd made himself and the particular expression of a man who has been sitting with complicated feelings long enough that they've resolved into something cleaner. He looked at Harry when he came in, and his eyes took in the sword and the exhaustion and whatever else was written on Harry's face after tonight. The wards, he said. Yes, Harry said. I felt them from London, Dumbledore said. He looked at the table for a moment. They are extraordinary. I've never felt anything quite like them, except, he paused, in old texts. Descriptions of what the school's protections were, in the beginning, before centuries of modification reduced them. He looked up. You restored them. I built on what was there, Harry said. The castle did most of the work. The castle, Dumbledore said, very softly, has been trying to do that work since the protections degraded. It needed the right person to authorize it. He set down his tea. I've spent 40 years as headmaster of that school, and it never, he stopped himself. Whatever this was, it was not easy for him to say. I was never the right person for that specific thing. I knew the castle well. I loved it. But it didn't. He looked at Harry directly, and the warmth was still there, and now it had been joined by something that looked like relief. Genuine, not performed. It was waiting for you. Harry sat down across from him. The kitchen filled up around them, people finding seats, someone putting the kettle on again, and in the comfortable noise of it Harry and Dumbledore sat across from each other in a quiet that had shifted, settled, become something different from every previous quiet between them. Not equal, Harry wasn't pretending they were equal in experience or knowledge. But honest. Two people who had stopped managing each other, more or less, and were trying to find out what came after that. The Hall of Prophecy, Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I wondered when we'd get to that. Luna found out that Malfoy was searching it. And someone using a dead ministry classification accessed it the following day. Harry kept his voice level. Do you know what prophecy they were looking for? Dumbledore looked at his tea. Yes, he said. I've suspected for some time. There is a prophecy in the hall, not Trelawney's, that references the Pendragon return specifically. It was made in 1492 by a seer named Elspeth Cavendish, and it describes, in considerable detail, the conditions for the heir's emergence. He paused. It also describes what happens when the heir is opposed. What does it say? That those who move against the returning king in Britain's hour of need, Dumbledore said carefully, shall find that Britain itself moves against them. He looked up. The castle tonight, Harry. 10 Death Eaters sent to 3 locations. None of them succeeded. The castle opened its gates for you. The Room of Requirement protected itself. The archive's own preservation charms slowed the burning specifically enough to save the essential documents. He held Harry's gaze. That is not coincidence. Britain moving against them, Harry said. Yes. The kitchen was full now, and warm, and the kettle was going, and around the table his people were talking, and the night's work sat in the air between all of them like something accomplished rather than merely survived. Harry thought about 10 Death Eaters. He thought about Lucius Malfoy in the Hall of Prophecy. He thought about a 1492 prophecy being searched for by desperate men. He thought about Voldemort hearing about tonight and what he would feel, in whatever way Voldemort felt things. He thought, good. Tomorrow, Harry said, to Dumbledore, I want to go to the Hall of Prophecy and hear the Cavendish prophecy myself. Yes, Dumbledore said, without hesitation. And I want you to tell me everything else you've been holding, Harry said. Not as accusation. As a statement of what came next. All of it. Not in pieces, not calibrated. All of it. Dumbledore looked at him across the table for a long moment. The blue eyes were very clear. Yes, Harry, he said. All right. Outside, London was starting its slow, grey, reluctant arrival at morning, and the streets were filling with people who would go to work and drink their tea and have no idea that the previous night the king of a world folded inside their own had strengthened the protections of an ancient school and sent 10 of the enemy home in restraints. The world didn't know yet. It would. Chapter 5, 2 Crowns, 1 Kingdom. The Hall of Prophecy was quieter than Harry remembered. Last time he'd been here it had been running and shouting and green light and the terrible sound of glass orbs shattering on stone. Now it was just the stillness of a chamber that had been holding its breath for a very long time, the rows of shelves stretching away in the blue-white luminescence, thousands of small glass spheres each containing a moment of foresight that some poor seer had been compelled to utter and immediately forget. Dumbledore walked beside him. They'd come through the ministry at 7 in the morning, early enough that the atrium was mostly empty, and Kingsley had met them at the Department of Mysteries entrance and taken them through without logging the visit, a precaution given the mole, whose identity was still unconfirmed though Harry had 3 candidates he was working through. The shelves ran alphabetically by the name of the seer. C was in the 4th row. Cavendish, Elspeth. 1492, the orb sat between 2 others, unremarkable in its appearance, a faint inner swirl of silvery light, barely distinguishable from the hundreds of orbs around it. On the small card beneath it, in Ministry archiving script, the return. Filed under Crown Succession, Magical Britain. Access, restricted. The restriction meant nothing to Harry. The orb lifted off its shelf when he reached for it without any resistance, as though it had been placed there specifically for this moment, which he supposed it had. He held it in both hands. The silver light intensified. Then the voice came. It wasn't Trelawney's hollow, theatrical trance voice. Elspeth Cavendish had apparently spoken prophecy the way other people made ordinary observations, clearly, directly, with the particular flat quality of someone reporting what they see rather than performing it. When the line of the dragon and the line of the wise man meet again in one blood, in Britain's darkest need, the sleeping king shall wake. He shall come as both sword and word, warrior and wizard, and the worlds that were sundered shall know him. Those who set themselves against his returning shall find no quarter in the land itself, stone and root and water shall remember their allegiance. The false claimants shall be known by their fear of him. The true kingdom shall be recognized by its willingness to serve. Let the 2 crowns be carried by one hand, or let Britain bleed from the wound of its division until there is no Britain left to bleed. The light faded. The orb was ordinary glass again, the silver gone. Harry stood in the row between the shelves and turned the orb in his hands once, carefully, and then set it back in its place. The 2 crowns, he said. Magical and Muggle, Dumbledore said. He was watching Harry with the careful, open attention that had replaced the management. The prophecy predates the statute of secrecy by more than 200 years. Cavendish saw the division coming, she saw it as a wound, not a solution. Merlin said the same thing, Harry said. In the grimoire. The separation was meant to be temporary. 239 years of temporary, Dumbledore said dryly. Harry looked down the row of orbs, hundreds of futures recorded and shelved and forgotten, all of them private small catastrophes or joys contained in glass. He thought about the Cavendish prophecy. The 2 crowns carried by one hand. Magical Britain he'd already moved on. But the Muggle side was something else entirely, a constitutional monarchy with centuries of precedent and public infrastructure and the entire weight of a modern democratic nation. He'd been thinking about it since he first read Merlin's note. He'd been thinking about it carefully, because it was the part that couldn't be rushed and couldn't be forced and would require more delicacy than anything he'd done so far. The Prime Minister, he said. He already knows about the magical world, Dumbledore said. The Minister of Magic maintains that contact. Fudge has, not handled it well. Fudge has handled almost nothing well, Harry said. Who is the Prime Minister currently? Dumbledore told him. Harry had a face to put to the name, a serious, quietly capable man he'd seen on the Muggle news once in a waiting room. What does he know about the current situation? Voldemort specifically? He knows Voldemort has returned. He knows there have been incidents attributable to magical conflict, the bridge collapse last spring, several weather events. He has been told these are being managed. Dumbledore paused. He has been told this by Fudge, who was telling him this in the same period during which Fudge was publicly insisting Voldemort had not returned. So he knows he's been lied to, Harry said. He is a perceptive man, Dumbledore said carefully. And he is in an extremely difficult position, aware of a war happening in a world he cannot directly access, affecting his country, with no reliable source of information and no ability to act independently. He needs a better contact, Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You're going to go to him? Yes. Harry. Not a warning, not quite. More like a man gathering himself. The Muggle constitutional arrangement, I know, Harry said. I'm not going to walk into Downing Street and declare myself king. That's not how this works. The Pendragon claim in the Muggle world is historical and constitutional. It would require documentation, legal review, and most importantly the endorsement of the existing crown, which means the royal family. He looked at Dumbledore. But before any of that, the Prime Minister needs to know the truth about what's happening, from a source that isn't fudge, so that when I do move formally he's not blindsided. And the royal family, Dumbledore said. I have documentation from the Pendragon vault, Harry said. Merlin was meticulous, he kept records of the bloodline, the claim, the founding agreements. There are documents in the vault that the College of Arms would recognize as authentic. He paused. I'm not doing this alone. I need a solicitor, Muggle one, who can be briefed. And I need someone who knows the constitutional law better than I do. Hermione, Dumbledore said. Hermione, Harry agreed. They left the Hall of Prophecy and made their way back through the Department of Mysteries, past the chamber with the veil. Harry paused at the entrance to that room for exactly one breath, felt the old grief like a clean wound rather than the ragged thing it had been, and kept moving, and out through the ministry into the Morning Street. Kingsley was waiting for them outside, which meant Kingsley had something to say. 3 things, Kingsley said, falling into step. He had his usual Muggle suit, his Auror badge glamoured and visible, his voice at the careful register of someone delivering information in a public space. First, Madame Bones has preliminary findings from the Blood Quill inquiry. She wants to meet with you today. This afternoon, Harry said. Second. The 10 Death Eaters from last night have been processed and are in Ministry holding. Kingsley's team handled the intake, per your request. 2 of the 10 are speaking, voluntarily, which is unusual, and one of them is asking specifically to speak to you. Harry looked at him. Which one? The one from the Hogwarts corridor. The one you pulled away from the wall. Kingsley's expression was carefully neutral. His name is Marcus Webb. He's 24. He joined the Death Eaters 8 months ago. A pause. He told my team he joined because they threatened his family, not because he chose it. Harry thought about this. I'll talk to him, he said. After Madame Bones. Third thing. Lucius Malfoy filed a formal objection to your Wisengamot claim this morning, Kingsley said. Not through the standard channels. Through a provision I've never seen used before, the Contested Heritage Protocol. It requires a counterclaimant to produce a competing bloodline claim within 10 days, or the original claim proceeds automatically to full review. Harry stopped walking. Kingsley stopped too. Lucius is filing a competing bloodline claim, Harry said slowly. Not personally, Kingsley said. The filing names Draco Malfoy. The Morning Street continued its ordinary London business around them, taxis, pedestrians, pigeons, entirely indifferent to the information just delivered. Draco Malfoy is 16 years old, Harry said. Yes, Kingsley said. And Lucius is using him as a legal instrument in a counterclaim to a sovereign inheritance, Harry said. Which means that Lucius has found something, a bloodline connection, documented, that he believes gives the Malfoy family a competing claim. The filing doesn't specify the nature of the claim, Kingsley said. It invokes the 10-day period, and after that, if there's no supporting documentation, the claim fails automatically. Or the documentation appears in 10 days, Harry said. And we find out what Lucius has been building. He started walking again. He's been preparing for this. The Department of Mysteries visits, the prophecy search, he's been assembling a counter-argument for months, maybe longer. The Pendragon claim going public forced his hand before he was ready, but he has enough prepared to file. Yes, Kingsley said. That's my reading. Good, Harry said. Kingsley looked at him sideways. Good. He's competing in the open now instead of working from shadow. I can see what he's doing. Harry kept walking. Get me everything on the Malfoy family genealogy. And find out who Lucius's solicitor is. The morning split into parallel tracks. Harry went back to Grimmauld Place long enough to brief the group and eat something standing at the kitchen counter, because he'd been awake since before the attack the previous night and food was structural rather than optional. Ron listened to the briefing with one hand around a mug and the other absently passing Crookshanks from Hermione's chair back to the floor, which Crookshanks accepted with the resigned dignity of a cat who has given up expecting humans to understand social hierarchies. Draco Malfoy, Ron said, when Harry finished. The tone was specific, not outraged, just deeply tired of a particular recurring pattern. Of course. Lucius is using him, Harry said. Draco probably had very little say in it. That's almost worse, Ron said. Using your kid as a legal shield. We don't know what Draco was told, Hermione said. She had already opened her research notebook, which had reached its third volume since the vault and now had an elaborate color-coding system that Harry had stopped trying to decode. If Lucius has documented genealogical material that establishes a Malfoy connection to a competing lineage, we need to know what it is before the 10-day window closes. Because if their claim has any real legal weight, Harry began. It doesn't, Hermione said flatly. It can't. The Pendragon and Ambrosius lines converge in you, there's no competing claim that holds under the vault's authentication. But legal weight and political disruption are different things. Even a weak claim, properly filed and publicly presented, muddies the record and creates delay, and delay is what Lucius needs to give Voldemort time. Then we make sure the 10 days look like a year, Harry said. What can we file in return? An affirmative declaration, Hermione said, turning pages. Under the same Wiesengemot provision, the original claimant can file supplementary documentation within the 10-day window that renders counterclaims null and void if the supplementary documentation is of sufficient historical precedence. She looked up. We file the grimoire. We file Merlin's actual grimoire as legal evidence, Harry said. An authenticated facsimile with full provenance documentation. I've been working on the authentication protocol for 3 days. She held up a stack of parchment that was, Harry estimated, about 40 pages. I had a feeling this would come up. He looked at her. Thank you, Hermione. Don't thank me. Help me finish the provenance section. She slid a quill across the table. I need you to verify the vault description from memory, specifically the inscription on the plinth, word for word. He took the quill and sat down and recited it from memory while she cross-checked it against her notes, and the morning moved forward. The meeting with Amelia Bones was at 2 o'clock in her ministry office, which was a functional room that looked like the workspace of someone who took their work seriously and had no interest in performing that seriousness. She was behind her desk when Harry arrived with Neville, and she stood up when they came in, which was the gesture of a woman who was recalibrating how she related to this particular young man. The preliminary findings, she said, sitting back down and opening a file. 17 testimonies regarding the blood quill, which is already sufficient for criminal charges under Section 14. During the investigation, we discovered an additional 11 students who hadn't initially come forward, bringing the total to 28. She looked at Harry over her monocle. Umbridge has been suspended with full ministry resources in escrow pending outcome. She cannot access ministry funds, communications, or personnel. Good, Harry said. There's a complication, Bones said. Fudge. She said the name the way you say the name of a structural problem in a building, not angry, just identifying the load-bearing issue. He has not formally interfered with the inquiry, but several of his senior staff have been placing procedural delays. Nothing actionable yet, but it's slowing document access. What documents? Umbridge's full ministry record, Bones said. 3 years of it. The blood quill incidents are the most prosecutable, but there are patterns in her ministerial conduct, particularly around Azkaban prisoner management and certain Order of Merlin nominations, that suggest a much broader pattern of abuse of office. Harry looked at her for a moment. How much of the full pattern can you document independently, without the delayed records. Perhaps 60%, she said. Enough for a substantial case. Not the complete picture. Build the 60% case, Harry said. Don't wait for the records Fudge is blocking. When the case is strong enough to be unopposable, file it. The blocked records become part of a separate obstruction inquiry against Fudge's staff. Bones looked at him with the expression of someone who had just been told their own plan back to them in a cleaner form. She made a note. There's something else, she said. The Malfoy counterclaim this morning. I know about it. The timing is not coincidental, she said. Lucius filed the counterclaim through a provision that temporarily stays all other Wisengamot proceedings related to the primary claim during the 10-day window. Harry went still. What proceedings does that include? The full review of the sovereignty claim, Bones said. And, she paused, under a strict reading of the provision, the blood quill inquiry as a proceeding initiated in the context of the Wisengamot session where the claim was made. The room was quiet for a moment. He's trying to freeze the inquiry, Harry said. A strict reading of the provision would support that, Bones said. She met his gaze steadily. I do not intend to apply the strict reading. Can you defend that legally? The inquiry was formally opened as an independent criminal matter, not a Wisengamot proceeding, she said. The provision applies to sovereignty-related proceedings. Criminal inquiries are governed by separate statute. A slight pause. My legal team confirms this interpretation. Lucius's solicitor will challenge it. Let them challenge it, Harry said. That challenge will take longer than 10 days to resolve, and the inquiry won't wait for it. He thought for a moment. Madam Bones. What's your read on Fudge? Not politically. Personally. She considered this with the deliberateness of someone who rarely separates the two. Cornelius Fudge, she said carefully, is not a bad man in the straightforward sense. He is a small man who was given a large job and spent 10 years discovering that the job was larger than him and responding to that discovery by making the job smaller. She set down her quill. He is genuinely frightened. Of Voldemort, obviously. But more fundamentally, of irrelevance. Of being the minister who lost. He's going to have to go, Harry said. Yes, she said. The question is how. Not by force, Harry said. Not by my forcing him out, that would look like exactly what Lucius would want it to look like. It needs to be his choice, reached through a clear-eyed recognition that the position has become untenable. And who helps him reach that recognition? Bones asked. Harry looked at her. You, he said. If you're willing. She was quiet for a moment. Something moved in her expression, not quite surprise, more like the consideration of someone being asked to do something they've been building toward without fully naming. I've served under this ministry for 22 years, she said. I've watched it compromise itself incrementally in ways that I told myself were necessary and which, in retrospect, were simply convenient. A pause. I can talk to Fudge. I won't promise what he hears. That's all I'm asking, Harry said. He stood. Thank you, Madam Bones. Amelia, she said. I think we're past the formal address. He almost smiled. Amelia. Marcus Webb was in a holding room 2 floors below Bones's office, not a cell, a room with chairs and a table and the particular quality of light that comes from windows designed to provide illumination without view. He was young in the way that made the Death Eater context feel doubly wrong, not the hardened inner circle aesthetic, just a young man in ordinary clothes who had made a terrible decision for understandable reasons and was now sitting with the consequences. Harry came in alone. Neville waited outside. Webb looked at him when the door opened and the look was complicated, recognition, fear, something underneath the fear that was almost relief, the way it sometimes is when the thing you've been dreading arrives and turns out to be survivable. You wanted to speak to me, Harry said. He sat down across the table. No performance, no weight in the statement. Just a question. I wanted, Webb stopped. Started again. I wanted to say I'm sorry. For what I was doing at the school. He met Harry's eyes briefly and then looked at the table. I knew there were kids up there. I knew the room thing would. He stopped again. I have a sister. She's 12. She's going to Hogwarts in September and he put his hands on the table and they weren't quite steady. Harry looked at him. You said your family was threatened. My parents, Webb said. Last October. One of them came to the house, I don't know which one, they were masked. They said my parents would be killed if I didn't join. They said I had 2 days to decide. He looked up. I decided to join and I've been, he gestured vaguely at himself, at the room, at everything. Regretting it every day since. What did you do for them? Harry said. Before last night. Surveillance, mostly. Watching people. Reporting on ministry staff movements. Nothing, he caught himself, I mean. I know nothing is still something. I'm not pretending it wasn't. No, Harry said. You're right that it was something. He looked at Webb for a moment, at the genuine shame and the genuine fear, and thought about what he believed about accountability, which was that it was not the same as punishment and punishment was not the same as justice. Your parents are safe, Harry said. I want you to know that. Kingsley's team confirmed their status this morning, they're unharmed and they're going to have protection arranged before tonight. He watched Webb's face change. As for you, you're going to have to answer for what you did. I'm not going to pretend that goes away. But context matters, and choice under coercion is different from free choice, and I'd rather have your cooperation and your knowledge of the Death Eater operation than I would have your incarceration and nothing. Webb stared at him. I just helped attack your school. I know, Harry said. And I'm asking you to help me instead. You know their procedures, their communication methods, their movements. You've been inside the operation for 8 months. He leaned forward slightly. I'd rather build something worth protecting than punish everyone who was on the wrong side because they had no good options. A silence. Webb's hands on the table had gone still. You're actually serious, Webb said. I don't say things I don't mean, Harry said. Another silence, longer this time. Then Webb let out a slow breath. What do you need to know? Harry spent 40 minutes with Marcus Webb. When he came out, Neville looked at his face and said nothing, which was the right choice. They operated back to Grimmauld Place in the late afternoon, the sky going the particular bruised gold of a London summer evening, and Harry arrived in the kitchen to find it more crowded than he'd expected. Arthur Weasley was there, still in his ministry robes, which meant he'd come straight from work. Bill Weasley was beside him, broader and more weathered than his father, the old scar on his face silver in the kitchen light, and the expression he wore was the Weasley family expression, open, honest, slightly overwhelmed by events but fundamentally engaged. Charlie had apparently fled from Romania at some point in the afternoon and was sitting on the counter eating an apple with the ease of someone who has spent years in places where the furniture was secondary. And Fleur Delacour, Bill's fiancée, steady and capable in a way that the Triwizard Tournament had given Harry only a partial view of, was at the kitchen table with Hermione, the two of them deep in something involving maps and a stack of what appeared to be Muggle legal documents. Oh good, Ron said, from his chair. The full committee has assembled. What's happening? Harry said. Dad has something, Bill said. He looked at Arthur. Arthur Weasley looked at Harry with the expression he wore when something had surprised him, not the mild-mannered ministry employee face, the real one underneath, which was sharper and more serious. I've been going through some old ministry records, Arthur said. Unofficial access, Perkins helped me. Pre-ministry records, the ones from before 1707 that were archived when the ministry was established. He set a folder on the table. The Statute of Secrecy Negotiations in 1689. Harry sat down. What about them? They were not unanimous, Arthur said. That's the official record, unanimous agreement across 13 magical governments. But the pre-ministry archive has the actual negotiation documents, and they weren't unanimous at all. He opened the folder. 7 of the 13 governments signed under what were described at the time as coercive conditions. 3 others signed with explicit written objection that was removed from the final ratified version. He looked at Harry. And 2 signed with the specific notation that the statute was to be reviewed every 50 years by a body representing both magical and non-magical interests. A review that never happened, Harry said. Because the body that was supposed to convene it, the Joint Sovereignty Council, ceased to exist 6 years after the statute was ratified, when its Muggle side members were removed under the first wave of mandatory obliviation protocols. Arthur paused. The statute is not just historically questionable. It was implemented in breach of its own ratification conditions. Harry looked at the documents in the folder. Then he looked at Fleur and Hermione and their maps. "What are you working on?" he asked. Fleur looked up. Her English was perfect, had been since the Triwizard Tournament. She had the particular clarity of someone who learned a language as an adult and therefore chose each word deliberately. "The Muggle constitutional process," she said. "For the sovereignty claim." Hermione asked me, "My mother's family has connections to the French equivalent of what you're doing here, and I have some familiarity with how the Muggle constitutional mechanism works in practice." She spread one of the maps, a detailed London map with certain buildings marked. "The Prime Minister is first. But the formal constitutional path goes through the Privy Council, then the College of Arms, then the Monarch." She looked at Harry. "Of those 3, the College of Arms is the most straightforward. They deal in documentation, and your documentation is extraordinary. The Privy Council is more complex because it involves political judgment. And the Monarch," she paused, choosing her word, "is its own thing." "She knows about the magical world?" Harry asked. "The Monarch always knows," Fleur said. "It is one of the things that is passed from sovereign to sovereign at accession. Your Queen knows. She has known since 1952. A pause. "She has been waiting for this conversation for some time, according to my sources. The kitchen absorbed this." "Your sources," Ron said. "I have family in the French Ministry of Magic who have family in the British Muggle establishment," Fleur said, with the tone of someone for whom this is entirely unremarkable. "Information moves." "Right," Ron said. He looked at Harry. "So the Queen knows." "The Queen knows," Harry said. He sat with that for a moment. Then he looked at the map, at the marked buildings, at the folder of pre-statute documents. "How quickly can we build a proper presentation?" "Documentation, legal brief, historical summary." "I have the legal brief half done," Hermione said. "Arthur's documents are exactly what we needed for the historical case." She was already pulling Arthur's folder toward her. "If we work tonight and tomorrow morning, I can have a complete package by tomorrow afternoon." "Then we go the day after tomorrow," Harry said. He looked around the table. "Arthur, can you get into those pre-ministry archives again? Specifically anything about the Joint Sovereignty Council?" "Already have it," Arthur said, patting the folder. "Second half of the documents." Harry looked at Bill. "I need someone who understands Gringotts and the Vault's authentication to come with us to the Prime Minister. Someone who can speak to the financial and institutional legitimacy in terms that make sense to a Muggle government mind." Bill considered this for exactly 2 seconds. "Done," he said. "Charlie," Harry said. Charlie stopped mid-apple. "I'm just here for the company," he said, which was almost certainly not true. "You work with dragons," Harry said. "You have a particular kind of fearlessness about you." "I need that for the visit to the palace." Charlie stared at him. "You want me to come to Buckingham Palace?" "I want someone next to me who has looked a dragon in the eye and not blinked," Harry said. "It helps to have that next to you going into intimidating rooms." Charlie looked at his brother. Ron shrugged with the expression of someone whose life has been this way for years. "Fine," Charlie said, and finished his apple. The evening was long and full of work, documents and drafts and arguments and revisions, tea going cold and being replaced, the kitchen table completely buried in parchment by 9 o'clock. McGonagall flooded in at 8 and immediately began cross-referencing Arthur's archived documents against something she'd brought from the Hogwarts library without being asked, which was the most McGonagall thing that had ever happened. Harry worked through the legal brief with Hermione until his eyes were going and the words had stopped making individual sense. Around 10, he pushed back from the table and went to the back garden for air. The Grimmauld Place garden was small and not well maintained. It had the neglected look of a space that had been closed for years and was only now starting to remember what it was supposed to be. Harry stood in it and looked at the narrow strip of night sky visible between the buildings, and felt the weight of the past weeks like something physical, not heavy, just present. The vault. The sword. The Wizengamot. The attack. The prophecy. Lucius's counterclaim. Marcus Webb's hands not quite steady on the table. He heard the back door open and close behind him. Ginny sat on the garden wall without any preamble, feet dangling, looking up at the same strip of sky. She'd been in the kitchen all evening, working. She had a particular talent for the organizational logistics that nobody else wanted to do, keeping the various threads of research connected and routed to the right people, and she did it quietly and without needing acknowledgement. "You haven't slept properly in 2 days," she said. "I know. You're going to walk into Downing Street looking like you haven't slept in 2 days." "That's not for another 2 days," he said. "I'll sleep." She looked at him sideways. The strip of sky above them had a few stars in it, more than London usually showed. "How are you actually feeling?" she said. Not carelessly, with the specific directness she used when she meant a question exactly as asked. Harry thought about it. "Lighter," he said. Which surprised him as he said it, but it was true. "I spent 5 years feeling like everything was landing on me from outside. Like I was just reacting to whatever came next. This is," he paused. "I'm the one moving the pieces now. Not all of them. Not alone. But I'm the one deciding what happens next instead of waiting to find out." "And the crown?" she said. "You still haven't worn it." He had been aware of this. The crown sat in his pocket every day, pulsing its acknowledgement, and he had not put it on his head, and Merlin's note had said it would come when it was needed. But Ginny knew about the crown and was asking directly, so he gave it a direct answer. "When I put it on, something changes," he said. "Permanently. I can feel that it does, even from here." He looked at the sky. "I'm not afraid of that. I just want to be certain that the moment I wear it is the right moment. Not a moment I chose because the action felt right and I should have thought longer." "Like the Wizengamot session," she said. "The Wizengamot session was right," he said. "I know," she said. "I'm asking whether you second-guessed it after." "No," he said. "Then you'll know when the crown is right the same way," she said. "You won't second-guess it after." He looked at her. She was watching the sky still, her profile clear and still and unapologetic about having just said the most useful thing anyone had said to him all day. "How is it," he said, "that you always do that?" "Do what?" "Find the one true thing in the middle of everything complicated." She looked at him, finally, and the expression on her face was not modest or deflecting. She had grown out of the wide-eyed hero worship years ago, if it had ever really been that, and what had replaced it was something considerably more interesting, an honest, equal, clear-eyed regard that Harry found he wanted to be worthy of. "You do it too," she said. "You just forget sometimes because you're carrying everything else." He sat on the wall beside her. They were close enough that their shoulders were almost touching and neither of them moved away from that. "After this is over," he said. "After what part of it?" she said. "There'll always be something that hasn't finished yet." "After the main part," he said. "After Voldemort, after the world is less on fire." He stopped, because saying it plainly felt simultaneously obvious and like standing on the edge of something. Harry, she said, with fond exasperation that was also entirely serious, I'm not going anywhere. You know that. I know, he said. I wanted to say it out loud anyway. She was quiet for a moment. Then she bumped her shoulder against his, once, a small contact that said several things without needing to be any of them. Noted, she said. Now go sleep. He went in. He slept for 8 hours, which was more than he had in weeks, and woke up with the sword warm at his hip and Merlin's grimoire on the nightstand and a feeling of something imminent and right approaching. 2 days later, Harry walked into 10, Downing Street. He went through the front door, which was unusual. Most meetings with the Prime Minister used the secure Muggle side entrance that the Ministry of Magic used, the one with the enchanted fireplace. Harry had made his appointment through that channel but had asked, specifically, to come through the front door. He wanted to be seen arriving. He wanted it on the public record that a meeting had taken place. With him were Bill, for financial and institutional authority, and Hermione, for legal precision, and the document case containing everything, the genealogical certification, the authenticated grimoire facsimile, Arthur's pre-statute documents, Hermione's legal brief, and the Gringotts institutional endorsement signed by Ragnarok himself, which was a document that the Muggle government's financial advisors would be able to verify as genuine through channels they didn't fully understand but trusted. The Prime Minister was a steady man. Harry had formed this impression from the news and it was confirmed by the actual person, a man in his mid-50s with careful eyes and the contained energy of someone who has made significant decisions under pressure and has not been broken by it. He shook Harry's hand with the grip of someone paying attention to what hands tell you about people, and they sat down in the cabinet room with advisors on both sides and the document case in the center. Mr. Potter, the Prime Minister said. I've been briefed on your recent activity in the other Parliament. The Wisengamot, Harry said. Yes. He opened the document case. Prime Minister, I want to begin by telling you something that nobody in the magical world's government has told you correctly, which is that Lord Voldemort, the dark wizard whose return the previous Minister of Magic denied for approximately a year, is actively waging a war on British soil, magical and Muggle, and that the strategy the magical government has been using to manage that war has been inadequate, compromised, and in several instances actively counterproductive. He set the first document in front of the Prime Minister. I'd like to change that. And I'd like to explain who I am, why I have the authority to do so, and what I think we should do. The Prime Minister looked at the document. He looked at Harry. How old are you? 15, Harry said. The Prime Minister looked at his advisors. One of them made a small gesture that communicated, in advisor language, let him continue. Go on, the Prime Minister said. Harry went on. The meeting lasted 3 hours. Hermione presented the legal brief with the crisp precision of a barrister twice her age and answered every technical question without hesitation. Bill explained the Gringotts endorsement in terms that landed with the Prime Minister's financial advisor like a Category 5 storm. Harry presented the historical case, the Pendragon claim, the bloodline documentation, the pre-statute documents, clearly and without embellishment, and when the Prime Minister's constitutional advisor tried to raise objections, Harry let the objections be fully stated and then addressed each one specifically, because Hermione had prepared him for every one of them. Near the end of the 3rd hour, the Prime Minister sat back in his chair and looked at Harry with an expression that had moved, over the 3 hours, from careful assessment through several stages of what appeared to be significant internal recalibration. The magical world has a king, the Prime Minister said. Not quite a question. Working on it, Harry said. The claim is filed and proceeding through review. The opposition is political and I expect to outlast it. And you're here because the two Britons were never meant to be separate, Harry said. Because there is a war happening in your country that affects your citizens and you have no accurate intelligence on it and no ability to act. Because the statute of secrecy was implemented in breach of its own ratification conditions, he watched the constitutional advisor's head come up sharply, and because the process of ending it properly requires the Muggle Crown's acknowledgement. The Prime Minister was quiet for a long moment. You want a meeting with the Queen? I want the consultation that should have happened in 1692 and didn't, Harry said. The Joint Sovereignty Council that was dissolved before it could convene. I want to reconvene it. And yes, that requires the Queen. The Prime Minister looked out the tall windows of the Cabinet Room at the street below, at the ordinary London world going about its ordinary business. Something in his expression was tired and something else in it was relieved in the specific way that people are relieved when the shape of a problem finally becomes clear enough to work on. I'll arrange it, he said. The meeting with the Queen was 4 days later. Harry went alone, which had been his decision and which nobody had been entirely comfortable with and which Harry had held firm on, because some things needed to be person to person without support structures, and this was one of them. He sat in a room that was very old and very quiet, with the weight of significant history in its walls, and when she came in she was exactly as she appeared on currency and stamps and television, small, white-haired, the eyes clear and direct and completely unintimidated, and she looked at him the way she apparently looked at everyone, which was as though she were reading something. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Your Majesty," he said. He had the document case. He had Excalibur at his hip. He had the crown in his pocket, pulsing. She sat. He sat. A clock somewhere in the room ticked. "I have known about the other world since the day I was told," she said. "I have met every minister of magic since Nobby Leach in 1962, in the formal communication channel." A pause. Some of those meetings were more useful than others. "I imagine Fudge was difficult," Harry said. "He was very good at telling me everything was fine," she said. "I have been told everything is fine through several situations that were clearly not fine, and I have had no independent means of verifying the truth." "I can give you that independent means," Harry said. "That's partly why I'm here." She looked at him steadily. "And the other part?" Harry reached into his pocket and set the crown on the small table between them. She looked at it. Her expression did not change. But her eyes, those very clear, very old eyes, did something. Recognized something. "That has been missing for 800 years, she said, very quietly. "It was in a vault," Harry said. "Under Glastonbury Tor." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "There are documents in the Royal Archive. Very old ones, kept in a specific chest that passes between monarchs with a verbal instruction, do not open this until the right person comes with what was lost." She looked at Harry. "I always thought that instruction was historical fancy." "May I see them?" Harry said. "I had them brought this morning," she said. "When the Prime Minister told me what you carried. The documents were extraordinary. They predated the statute of secrecy, predated most of what passed for constitutional record, and they were written in the same archaic English as the vault inscription and countersigned, in 2 places, in Merlin's handwriting. They were, in essence, the original agreement, the founding compact between the 2 crowns, the Pendragon sovereignty and the developing English monarchy, acknowledging both as legitimate and describing the relationship between them. They read them together, the Queen and Harry, at the small table in the quiet room, and outside the window the Muggle world continued its enormous, complicated, mostly unaware existence, and the clock ticked, and inside the room something that had been broken for 800 years was being carefully, methodically examined and found to be reparable. "You understand," she said, when they had both finished, "that this will not be quick. The constitutional process, I know," Harry said. "I'm not asking for quick. I'm asking for started." She looked at him. The clear eyes were thinking. "You are very young," she said, not as a dismissal but as an observation. "I know," Harry said again. "The documentation is genuine," she said. "I can see that. The claim is genuine, I've had people verify the genealogical certification through our own records." A pause. "And the other world genuinely needs what you're describing. The separation has not served either side well." "No," he said. "Then let us start," she said. On the way out, walking back through the corridors of the palace with the document case under his arm and the crown still in his pocket and Excalibur warm at his hip, Harry passed a window that looked out over the palace grounds, the formal gardens, the gates, the ordinary Muggle street beyond. He thought about Merlin. About a man who had lived in the 5th century and had been wise enough to know what he was creating and honest enough to know that it was a mistake that would need to be corrected, and patient enough to set up the correction before he disappeared. About a man who had written "Act Like It" in a note and left it in a vault to be found 15 centuries later. He took the crown out of his pocket. He held it in both hands in the palace corridor and felt its pulse, still patient, still acknowledging, but different now. More present. More immediate. Merlin had said it would come when needed, not when chosen. Harry thought, now. He put the crown on his head. The warmth that ran through him was not like the sword and not like the vault. It was both of those things and something more fundamental, a completion, a circuit closing, the last piece of something long in construction settling into its place. It was not blinding, not theatrical. It was quiet and entirely absolute, and the rightness of it was the most complete feeling he had ever had, more complete even than the vault, because this was not just recognition. This was assumption. The crown adjusted to his head as the sword had adjusted to his hand, fitting without artifice, and Harry stood in the palace corridor and was, in whatever the oldest and truest sense of the word could mean in the 21st century, the king. A guard was approaching from the far end of the corridor, one of the palace staff, on a routine patrol. He came around the corner and stopped, and looked at Harry, and his expression did something complicated that Harry suspected the man would spend considerable time trying to explain to himself later. He was looking at Harry's head and then at Harry's face and then back, and he stood very straight, and then, with the unconscious, instinctive quality of someone whose body knows something their mind hasn't caught up with yet, he inclined his head. Not deeply. Just briefly. Harry walked past him toward the exit. The crown sat on his head as though it had always been there. Through the palace gates, through the Muggle street, through the ordinary extraordinary world. Back to work. Chapter 6, The Once and Future King. The crown changed things in ways Harry hadn't anticipated. Not dramatically. Not visibly, except to people who were paying very close attention. But the quality of presence it added was different from the sword. Excalibur was authority asserted, carried, used. The crown was authority settled. It sat on his head when he chose to wear it in formal contexts and existed as a felt presence when he didn't, a constant low warmth that had threaded itself into the Pendragon awareness like a new chord added to an existing melody, deepening the whole thing without overwhelming it. He wore it back to Grimmauld Place. He walked in through the front door still wearing it, and the kitchen went very quiet. Ron looked at him. Ron looked at the crown. Ron looked at him again. Right then, Ron said. Hermione set down her quill. Her eyes were very bright. She said nothing, which from Hermione meant she was feeling something she didn't have words for yet, and Harry knew that was significant. Neville stood up from his chair without seeming to decide to. The sigil on his hand, the compact mark, pulsed warm. Harry felt it in his own, and Neville said, "It suits you," with a simplicity that carried the full weight of everything the sentence contained. Ginny was leaning against the counter with a cup of tea and she looked at Harry across the kitchen with that honest, undeflecting gaze, and one corner of her mouth moved, and she said nothing at all, and the nothing was the best response in the room. Dumbledore was by the window. He turned when Harry came in and looked at the crown for a long moment, at the twisted gold and silver that Harry had retrieved from the vault, now settled on Harry's head as though it had been waiting for exactly this set of bones, and something in the old wizard's face did something final and irreversible. Not defeat. Not grief. Something more like the feeling of a long duty concluded. "Albus," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. He turned fully from the window. "I know. It's time." He sat down at the table, which was unusual. Dumbledore standing in a room had a specific quality, a gravitational field that organized the space around him. Dumbledore sitting at Harry's kitchen table was a different statement entirely. "There is something I have been keeping," Dumbledore said, "that I should have told you a year ago. Perhaps 2. He looked at his hands on the table, the long fingers, the ring on his right hand that Harry had always noticed and never asked about. The Horcruxes. The word landed in the room the way that words landing from the right mouth at the right moment sometimes do, not loudly, but with the complete, organizing authority of something that names a thing that has been unnamed and therefore unmanageable. Harry had come across the concept in Merlin's grimoire. Chapter 9, the section on soul magic and its corruptions. Merlin had written about the theory with the blunt disgust of someone documenting a disease, the most obscene application of the principle that existence is separable from life. He'd read it and sat with it for a day before he'd connected it to Voldemort and understood why the man was impossible to kill. He made them plural, Harry said. Dumbledore looked up sharply. You know. The grimoire. Merlin wrote about the theory. I worked out the application. Harry sat down. How many? 6 created, Dumbledore said. 1 destroyed, your mother did it, though she did not know what she was doing. The diary Tom Riddle kept as a 17-year-old, which Lucius Malfoy introduced into Hogwarts through Ginny's books in your second year. He looked at Harry steadily. I have identified 4 others with reasonable certainty. A 5th I suspect. And there is, he paused, a 6th matter that is more complicated than the others. Tell me all of it, Harry said. Now. All of it. Dumbledore told him. It took an hour. Around the table, his people listened. Harry had not asked them to stay, and none of them had left, and he was glad of it because he needed witnesses and he needed their thinking. Hermione had her notebook open and was writing continuously. Ron was leaning forward with his elbows on the table and the focused expression he wore in chess when he was seeing multiple moves ahead, and Neville and Luna had arrived somewhere in the past 20 minutes from wherever she'd been, the way she sometimes did, as though she had a sense for when rooms needed her, listened with their particular stillness. A ring in a cave by the sea. A cup. A locket. A diadem. Something at Hogwarts that Dumbledore had not yet confirmed but suspected. And the last thing, the complicated one. Dumbledore spoke it carefully, watching Harry's face as he did. On the night Voldemort cast the killing curse at you, he said, and the curse rebounded, something occurred that was not part of Voldemort's intention. The curse did not simply fail. It sought a vessel, as such curses do when their primary target is, as you were, protected in ways that make destruction impossible. He paused. It found one. A fragment of Voldemort's soul, already separated from the whole by the act of creating the other Horcruxes, was driven into you at the moment of impact. His voice was very careful, very steady. You have carried a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul for 15 years. The kitchen was absolutely silent. Harry sat with this for a long moment. He did not panic. He did not feel sick, though he had expected to feel sick. He felt instead the settled clarity of the vault, of the sword, of the crown, the Pendragon awareness reaching out, examining what Dumbledore had just described, and finding it. Finding it, and finding something else. He reached into himself with the particular magical sense the vault had opened. He went looking for what Dumbledore was describing. And he found it, a darkness, a knot, a thing that had no business being where it was, utterly unlike everything else in his internal landscape, cold where everything else was warm, alien where everything else was his own. It was small. It had always been small, parasitic rather than dominant, riding rather than driving. He looked at it clearly. Then he looked at the crown on his head and the sword at his hip and Merlin's grimoire in his pocket, and he thought about Chapter 9. The most obscene application of the principle that existence is separable from life. Merlin had written about the theory, but in the same chapter, with the thoroughness of a man who documented both disease and cure, he had written about the reversal. The extraction. The process by which a fragment could be removed from an unwilling host without destroying the host. There's a way to remove it, Harry said. Dumbledore went very still. I had believed, he said slowly, that the fragment's removal required your death. Specifically, a willing death, which would, Merlin disagrees, Harry said. He took out the grimoire and turned to Chapter 9. He found the relevant passage. He'd read it 3 times, not knowing why it felt important, the way you sometimes read things twice because something in you knows before your mind does. He set the open grimoire in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore read it. The table waited. Hermione had stopped writing and was watching Dumbledore's face as he read, and whatever she saw there made her draw a slow, careful breath. "This," Dumbledore said. He read it again. "This requires the caster to," he looked up at Harry. "It requires someone who understands both the soul magic involved and the Pendragon inheritance, and can work with both simultaneously. The interaction between the extraction process and the heir's foundational magic is," he was reading and thinking and his expression was doing several things at once. "This is extraordinarily advanced." "Yes," Harry said. "It requires a specific and rather dangerous casting environment." "Yes," Harry said again. "And the only person currently alive who might plausibly," Dumbledore stopped. He looked at Harry over the grimoire. "You intend to do this yourself?" "With help," Harry said. "Harry," Hermione said. Her voice was controlled in the way it got when she was managing something that wanted to be louder. "The process in Chapter 9, I read that section last week." "The casting requirements, I know the casting requirements," Harry said. "You'd be casting on yourself," she said. "While maintaining the Pendragon Foundation matrix and simultaneously executing an extraction that Merlin himself describes as the most technically demanding process in Hermione," Harry said. "I know. I've been thinking about it for a week." He looked at her. "I need your help with the technical preparation. That's the part one can't do alone." She looked at him for a long moment. 2 years ago she would have argued further, and her arguments would have been correct, and they both would have known it. Now she looked at him and understood, as she increasingly understood, that the correct argument and the right action were not always the same thing. "Tell me what you need," she said. The preparation took 3 days. Harry spent those days in a state of compressed focus that he'd never quite experienced before, not the reactive urgency of danger approaching, but the intentional, deliberate focus of someone preparing to do something very specific and very difficult and wanting to do it right. He read Chapter 9 6 more times. He worked through the Foundation Matrix theory with Hermione, who had covered 3 notebooks with calculations and annotations and at one point stayed up until 4 in the morning cross-referencing Merlin's notation system with modern spell theory because she'd found a discrepancy that turned out to be a dialect variation rather than an error. He worked with Dumbledore on the extraction specifics, 2 hours each morning, in the Grimmauld Place library, sitting across from each other with the grimoire between them, the headmaster reading Merlin's work with the focused intensity of someone who spent 70 years believing he was the most knowledgeable wizard alive and is discovering what the top actually looks like. Dumbledore's input was genuine and useful and given without the careful rationing of previous information, and Harry found that working with Dumbledore this way, as a collaborator rather than a guardian, was a different and significantly more productive experience. On the second day, Lucius Malfoy's counterclaim collapsed. The supplementary filing, the authenticated grimoire facsimile plus Arthur's pre-statute documents plus Hermione's legal brief, submitted 4 days before the 10-day window closed, was reviewed by the Wiesengemot's Records Office and found to be of sufficient historical precedence to render the counterclaim void under the Charter provision. The ruling came through Amelia Bones, and it was 3 sentences, and the 3 sentences were absolutely final. Neville brought the news into the library where Harry and Dumbledore were working. He set it on the table without ceremony. Harry read it, nodded, and went back to Chapter 9. On the 3rd day, Luna came in with a message from her records clerk contact at the Ministry. Lucius Malfoy's access to the Ministry building had been suspended under an emergency security protocol that Amelia Bones had filed simultaneously with the counterclaim ruling. The official reason was an ongoing investigation into the Malfoy family's possible connection to the coordinated attacks 3 days prior, the 10 Death Eaters, 2 of whom, under questioning, had placed Lucius in the planning conversation. "He'll be furious," Ron said. "Good," Harry said. For the 2nd time, and he still meant it. The 4th morning, Harry did the extraction. He did it in the room of requirement, which had configured itself, when Harry walked the corridor thinking about what he needed, as a circular chamber of pale stone with a high ceiling and natural light from somewhere above, clean and uncluttered, with the particular quality of stillness that Harry had come to associate with the castle being actively cooperative rather than simply present. He was alone, which had been a point of significant discussion. "You need to be alone for the internal work," Hermione had said, at the end of the 3 days, in the voice of someone who has argued a position fully and then accepted it. "But I'm standing outside the door." "Agreed," Harry said. "And if anything goes wrong, you'll know immediately because the castle will tell you," Harry said. "And I won't let anything go wrong." She had looked at him with the expression she reserved for things she found exasperating and entirely correct. "Fine," she said. The room of requirement's door closed behind Harry and he stood in the circular chamber and breathed for a moment, letting everything settle. Excalibur was at his hip. The crown was on his head. Merlin's grimoire was closed in his left hand, though he had no need to refer to it. The relevant passages were as clear in his mind as anything he'd ever memorized, clearer, with the particular precision of knowledge that you've worked through completely and understood rather than simply retained. He sat down on the floor in the center of the room. He closed his eyes. He went inward. The Pendragon Foundation matrix was something he'd spent 3 days building and was something that, once built, felt entirely natural, a structure of his own magical architecture that sat beneath the ordinary spellwork the way the castle's foundational ward sat beneath its ordinary protections. He'd learned to maintain it continuously, the way you learn to maintain good posture, consciously at first, then automatically. He engaged it now fully, let it extend to its full expression, felt its connection to the sword and the crown and the vault and the castle and the deep British earth that the grimoire described as the Pendragon inheritance's fundamental medium. The darkness was there. Still small, still knotted, still cold and alien. He approached it carefully, not attacking, not pushing at it, which the grimoire had been explicit was the wrong approach. A fragment of soul attached to a living host would defend itself instinctively if approached with aggression. The extraction was not an assault. It was a disentanglement. Patient and precise and complete. He had been carrying this since he was a year old. He began. The process was technically demanding in a way that no spell he'd ever cast came close to being. It was like performing surgery and navigation and musical composition simultaneously, with each task dependent on the other two, in a medium he could feel but not see, on something that pushed back against him with the cold, instinctive resistance of a parasite that did not understand what was happening but understood that it was being removed. He held to the Pendragon matrix. He held to himself. He thought about his mother, who had apparently known what she carried and had protected him with it, and he thought about the vault, and the sword, and the settled certainty that had been in him since Glastonbury, and he worked. It took 40 minutes. Merlin had estimated 30, but Merlin had presumably been Merlin, and Harry gave himself no grief for the additional 10. He worked patiently and completely, and the darkness loosened, and then it came free. It didn't disappear. It couldn't. A soul fragment, however corrupted, however small, was not simply destroyed by extraction. What the grimoire described was a containment, and a containment was what happened. The fragment came free of Harry's internal landscape and existed for a suspended moment, untethered, and Harry caught it in a construct the grimoire had prepared him for, a holding structure built from the Pendragon magic, warm and complete and entirely different in nature from the cold fragment it now contained, sealed it, and felt it go still. Then he came back to himself. He was still sitting on the floor of the circular room. The sword was warm at his hip and the crown was warm on his head, and somewhere in his chest the space where the darkness had been for 15 years was empty, and the emptiness was the cleanest, most complete feeling he had ever experienced. Not the absence of something needed. The absence of something wrong. He sat there for a moment, just breathing. Then he stood up, put the fragment construct carefully in his pocket alongside the small flat disc from the vault, which, he now understood from the grimoire, was exactly what it was designed for, a receptacle for precisely this kind of containment, and transferred the fragment into it. The disc sealed itself with a faint click. He put it in his pocket. He opened the room of requirements door. Hermione was standing outside. The expression on her face was one he'd never seen from her before, all the control stripped out of it, just the raw, honest feeling of someone whose best friend just came back from somewhere dangerous entirely intact. "Hello," Harry said. She crossed the distance between them and hugged him, which was not a frequent occurrence and which he returned properly, because she'd spent 3 days of her own on this and she deserved the proper version. "You're all right," she said. "I'm all right," he said. "The fragment?" "Contained." He patted his pocket. "We need to destroy it properly, but that's not urgent. It can't affect anything while it's in the disk." She stepped back, recomposing herself with characteristic speed. "The others," she said. "The remaining Horcruxes." "I know where 3 of them are," Harry said. "Dumbledore suspects the 4th. The grimoire has a detection method in Chapter 12. He started walking. Let's get everyone together." The next week was the Horcrux hunt, and it was nothing like Harry had imagined it would be. He'd imagined it as dangerous and dark and drawn out. It was dangerous, certainly. The cave was real and the defenses were real and the locket was genuinely horrible in its particular quality of spiritual wrongness. But it was not drawn out, because Harry moved with the directness of someone who knows what they're doing rather than the hesitancy of someone who's working it out as they go. He took the people he needed for each specific task and went and did it, and came back, and went again. The locket went on a Tuesday, Harry, Neville, and Dumbledore to the cave on the cliff, where the defenses were real and brutal and the inferi in the dark water were as horrible as Dumbledore had described, but Excalibur's light held them back entirely, the blade's warmth extending outward and the dead things in the water retreating from it as from fire, and the locket was retrieved and destroyed with a basilisk fong from the Chamber of Secrets, which Harry had harvested carefully before the hunt began because the grimoire had told him he'd need something that carried the death property of a creature whose very gaze killed, and a basilisk fong was exactly that. The cup was at Gringotts, which Harry might have considered a problem but which turned out not to be, because Ragnarok's cooperation was complete and genuine and the vault access was smooth. The cup was destroyed the same afternoon. The diadem was in the room of requirement, in the come-and-go room version that accumulated lost things. Harry had suspected this from his second visit to the room, felt something wrong and familiar in the deeper layers of the space. He retrieved it and destroyed it. The room felt better afterward. The castle felt better afterward. The ring was in a ruined house in Little Hangleton, and this one was the most dangerous because the ring was also a Deathly Hallow, the resurrection stone, and Dumbledore had been drawn to it before and had made a mistake. Harry felt the ring's pull when he picked it up, felt the stone's specific gravity, the whisper of it. He held it for approximately 4 seconds, long enough to feel what it was offering and recognize it as the offer it always was, not reunion, not really, just the shadow of reunion, the performance of it. He thought about Sirius, and his parents, and Cedric. He thought about how much he missed all of them. He let himself feel it, plainly and completely, and then he destroyed the ring with the basilisk fong and stood in the ruin of the gaunt house in the Somerset afternoon and let the grief be grief rather than the thing that stops you. "You all right?" Ron said, from the doorway. "Yes," Harry said. And it was true. That left one. The snake. Nagini he couldn't get to yet, she was with Voldemort, and Voldemort was gathering for what Harry could feel, through the Pendragon awareness and the diminishing Horcrux count and the particular quality of the darkness that the crown filtered like a barometric reading, was an imminent and decisive move. Every Horcrux destroyed made the darkness sharper. More concentrated. More urgent. Voldemort could feel them going. "He knows," Luna said, one morning, in the Grimmauld Place kitchen. She had a copy of the Quibbler in front of her and she was looking at it the way she looked at things she hadn't written but recognized. "He's changed his pattern in the last 5 days. The Death Eater movements my contacts track, they've gone inward. Consolidating rather than expanding. Preparing for a direct action," Kingsley said. "The snake is with him," Harry said. "That means going to him. Or making him come to you," Neville said. The table looked at him. Neville had the particular focused look he got when he'd been thinking about something tactical for a while and had reached a conclusion he thought was right. "He wants to take Hogwarts," Neville said. "It's the most powerful magical location in Britain that he doesn't control, and now it's the most protected magical location in Britain because of the new wards, and that combination makes it everything he needs to break for symbolic and practical reasons simultaneously." He looked at Harry. "He's coming to Hogwarts eventually. What if we decide when?" "Make it our terms," Harry said. "Our terms," Neville confirmed. "On ground you've prepared. With the castle as an active participant." A pause. "And with everyone who has a reason to fight there." Harry thought about this. He thought about the Hogwarts ward work, the castle's responsiveness, the layers of Pendragon keyed protection that were now fully settled and fully operational. He thought about Dumbledore's army, the DA, which he intended to formalize in September but which existed as a network right now, 50 students who knew how to fight and had been waiting for something worth fighting for. He thought about Britain moving against those who moved against the returning king. "September," Harry said. "When the school year starts, Voldemort makes his move on Hogwarts. I want to be ready for him 3 weeks before he thinks I could possibly be ready." "How do you draw him in before he's ready?" Hermione said. Harry looked at her. "The prophecy," he said. "Not the Cavendish one, Trelawney's. He still believes it's the thing that determines the outcome. That one of us has to kill the other." He paused. "I send him a message. Not through intermediaries. Directly. I tell him I'm at Hogwarts and I'm ready and I'm not waiting for him to choose the moment." "You're inviting him to battle," Ron said. "I'm telling him the king is in his castle and he's welcome to try," Harry said. "He won't be able to resist it. It violates everything he believes about himself to be invited and not respond. And when he comes," Dumbledore said, from the end of the table, "he comes at a time and place of your choosing, with the castle awake and the students trained and the Pendragon authority fully expressed." "And with the snake present," Harry said. "Which means the last Horcrux is in the building when I need it to be." The planning was detailed and it was serious and it involved everyone at the table and several people who weren't at the table yet. Harry sent messages, through Patronus, through the DA coin network, through channels Luna had established and Kingsley had secured. He contacted every member of the DA. He contacted former Hogwarts students who'd asked, at various points, when there was going to be something they could actually do. He worked with McGonagall on Hogwarts protocols. He worked with Dumbledore on the castle's response architecture. He told Dumbledore, specifically, what he intended to do with the completed Horcrux count. "When the snake is dead," Harry said, "in the library, the grimoire between them, he's mortal. Completely. And a mortal Voldemort doesn't die in a duel because duels can go wrong in ways that get people killed." He looked at Dumbledore. "The grimoire has a binding process. Chapter 15. It uses the crown and the sword simultaneously and the full Pendragon authority to bind a specific magical entity, not to a physical location but to a condition. Mortality. Permanent, irrevocable, stripping the magical amplification that makes him what he is." Dumbledore read Chapter 15 in silence. "This doesn't kill him," Dumbledore said carefully. "No," Harry said. "It makes him a man. A 60-year-old man with no Horcruxes, no amplified power, no immortality pretension." He paused. "He'll still be tried. He'll still answer for everything. But I'm not going to kill Tom Riddle if I can bind him instead, because a dead Voldemort is a martyr and a bound Tom Riddle is an object lesson." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Something in the old wizard's face, the warmth, the weight, the complexity, resolved into something simple. Something that looked very much like admiration. "Your mother," he said quietly, "would have reached the same conclusion." September came. The message went to Voldemort through a channel that Harry had identified via the grimoire's detection work, a communication line that Voldemort used for his inner circle that he believed was unmonitored. The message was 9 words. Hogwarts is mine. Come and take it if you can. No signature. No signature was necessary. The response was 4 days. Harry spent those 4 days at Hogwarts. He was there when the students arrived, standing at the entrance to the Great Hall on the first night, watching them file in, the first years wide-eyed, the older years looking at him with an awareness that had settled over the school in the weeks since the Wisengamot session, since the Blood Quill inquiry, since the news had moved through the magical world the way news always moved, in whispers that accumulated into certainty. He'd gathered the DA the second night, all of them, 5th years and above, in the room of requirement, which had made itself large enough for 60 people without being asked. They had been waiting, all of them, in their various ways. He looked at them and thought about the first time he'd stood in front of this group and asked if they wanted to learn to actually defend themselves, the year before, and how many of them had come not because they believed the war was real but because they believed in Harry. They believed in both now. In 4 days, possibly fewer, he said, Voldemort is going to come to this school. Not with scouts, not with a targeted attack. He's coming himself, with whatever he can bring, and he's coming because I asked him to. He let that land. The castle is protected better than it's been in 15 centuries. The wards will hold. But they won't hold indefinitely against a sustained assault, and when they come down, the fight comes inside. I want everyone in this room to know what they're doing when that happens. He looked at the faces. Seamus Finnegan with the careful attention of someone who has been waiting for useful work. Hannah Abbott steady and resolved. Lavender Brown, whom people underestimated and who fought with a ruthless precision that surprised everyone the first time. Terry Boot, who had been arguing with Harry about battle theory for 2 weeks and was almost always right. The Patil twins, who were better coordinated in a fight than anyone Harry had ever seen. And behind all of them, in a group that had arranged itself without instruction, the core, Ron and Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny. Nobody fights alone, Harry said. Nobody tries to be clever at the expense of their partner. The castle will help you, it will respond to your intent when the wards engage the attack. Trust that. He paused. One more thing. The snake, Nagini, is Voldemort's last protection against death. When it's dead, he's mortal. Whoever gets a clear shot at the snake takes it. That's priority above everything else except keeping each other alive. Neville's hand came up. I'll take the snake, he said. Harry looked at him. The directness of it, the calm certainty. This was not bravado, this was Neville Longbottom, who had spent 6 years building himself into someone capable of this specific thing and knew it. All right, Harry said. The snake is yours. The night before it happened, Harry sat on the astronomy tower roof. He'd been up here before, in better times and worse ones. This roof had seen conversations and confrontations and one night the previous year that he didn't think about unless he had to. Tonight it was clean and cold and the stars were out, London a gold smear on the horizon, the grounds of Hogwarts dark and still below. Ginny came up the stairs behind him. He'd heard her coming, he always heard her, which he'd decided said something he was comfortable with. She sat beside him on the parapet, close enough that their shoulders touched, and looked at the grounds below. Tomorrow, she said. Probably tomorrow, he said. Might be the day after. Not longer. Are you afraid? She said. The question was honest and direct, which was the only way she asked questions. He thought about it. No, he said, and found that was true. He looked for the word. Ready. That's the whole of it. I've been not ready since I was 11 years old and I've been faking ready for most of that, and now I'm actually ready and the difference is, he shook his head. It doesn't feel like anything dramatic. It just feels like readiness. That's the best kind, she said. He looked at her. The crown was not on his head tonight, he wasn't always wearing it, had learned to read when it was needed and when it wasn't, but he was wearing the sword, and the warmth of it was steady, and the warmth of her shoulder against his was a different kind of steady, and both of them together made the cold night entirely manageable. When this is over, he said. You said that before, she said. I have more to say now, he said. She looked at him. The stars caught in her eyes. When this is over, I want to do ordinary things with you. Completely ordinary. I want to go to Quidditch matches and have rows about whose turn it is to cook and visit your parents too much and not visit them enough and all of it. He looked at the grounds. I've been extraordinary long enough. I'd like some ordinary in between. Ginny was quiet for a moment. Then she took his hand, simply, and held it, and said, "Deal," and the word carried everything it needed to carry and nothing extra. They sat on the roof of the astronomy tower until the stars began to thin toward dawn, and then they went back inside, and Harry slept. It was the next morning. Just before breakfast. Harry felt it through the Pendragon awareness before the castle wards registered it, a massive, organized pressure from the north, moving fast. Dark magic, concentrated, amplified by the numbers behind it and the will driving it forward. He was on his feet and dressed and out of the dormitory in the 30 seconds it took the castle to confirm what he'd already felt. The corridors were already moving when he came out, prefects organizing their houses, teachers emerging from their quarters, the quiet rapid communication of a building that knew something was coming and was telling its people. The paintings were moving between frames, carrying information, and one of them, a medieval knight Harry had never paid much attention to, paused in a frame near Harry's head and said, crisply, "He comes from the north, sire. Perhaps 100. Thank you," Harry said, and the knight moved on. He went to the entrance hall. Dumbledore was there, and McGonagall, and Kingsley, who had come to Hogwarts 3 days ago at Harry's request and had organized the non-student defenders with the efficient calm of someone who has prepared for this specific moment. The Order members were arriving, moving into position with the focused quiet of experienced people doing a job they'd trained for. Harry put the crown on. He felt the castle respond, felt it the way you feel a horse gather itself under you before a gallop, every stone and every ward and every piece of the foundational architecture that he'd strengthened in the Chamber of Secrets below, alive and attentive and ready. Ron appeared at his left shoulder. Neville at his right. Hermione behind him, Ginny beside her, Luna a step further back with her wand in her hand and her expression the particular focused calm that Luna wore when she was exactly where she was supposed to be. Hermione said, quietly, just to Harry, "Come back." "Yes," he said. The Hogwarts wards hit the first wave of the assault and the castle shook. Not violently, a deep structural resonance, like a bell struck, the whole building ringing with it. The wards held. Harry felt them hold, felt the Pendragon reinforcement in them, the old Merlin laid foundation giving every subsequent layer something absolute to rest on. The second wave was harder. He felt this one in his chest, a coordinated reductor assault on the north wall, 6 or 8 Death Eaters working in unison. The wards held again, but this time he felt the cost of it, felt the wards spend something, and he reached down through the crown into the castle's foundational architecture and replaced what they'd spent. "He's not at the walls yet," Luna said, from her position. "He's directing from outside. Making them test the defenses before he commits." "Smart," Neville said. "He's frightened," Harry said. "Not of losing. Of what it means to face the legitimate king of Britain in the legitimate king's castle. He needs to believe the walls will fall before he'll come himself." "So we let him believe it," Ron said. Harry looked at him. "Yes," he said. 2 minutes. Then we pull the outer ward layer." "Pull it?" McGonagall said sharply. "The outer layer," Harry said. "Not the inner. The outer drop looks like a breach. He'll think the walls have failed. He'll come in." He looked at Dumbledore. "The inner wards will hold him inside the grounds once he crosses the threshold. There's no operating out. The castle has him." Dumbledore looked at him for one moment of absolute assessment, and then, "Yes. Do it." Harry counted 2 minutes while the wards absorbed 3 more coordinated assaults and gave back incremental failures, small enough to look real, large enough to look like progress from outside. Then he reached into the outer ward layer and released it. The north wall's outer protections came down with a sound like glass breaking across a distance, and the pressure from outside changed quality, from organized assault to sudden, tidal forward movement. They came in. What followed was not a single dramatic confrontation. It was a battle, a real one, with everything that meant. Spells in corridors. Running in position and the particular concentrated ugliness of people trying to hurt each other in enclosed spaces. The castle was active in ways Harry had promised it would be, stairways rearranging to isolate Death Eater groups, suits of armor moving with their own slow purpose, the portraits all empty of their subjects because the subjects were elsewhere, carrying information and opening and closing passages. Harry moved through it all with Excalibur in hand, the crown on his head, the full Pendragon awareness extending through the castle like a network, telling him where the pressure was heaviest, where the students needed support, where the order was overextended. He did not go hunting Voldemort. He let Voldemort come to him. He was on the second floor when the pressure in the awareness sharpened, a specific, cold, intensely familiar darkness. Moving through the entrance hall. Moving upward. Nagini was with him. Harry felt her, a wrongness within wrongness, the last Horcrux present and enormous and moving at Voldemort's heel. Neville, Harry said. He didn't shout. He used the DA coin, and the message was one word. 20 seconds later, from somewhere above him, he heard the specific sound of a basilisk fang blade connecting with something that had been alive and was no longer. The cold darkness in Harry's awareness convulsed. He felt it, felt Voldemort feel it, the last protection ripped away, the last guarantee of immortality severed, and the convulsion in the darkness that followed was not pain exactly, it was the feeling of something that has believed in its own invulnerability understanding, for the first time, that it is wrong. Harry walked downstairs. Voldemort was in the entrance hall. He was tall, and pale, and the red eyes were exactly what Harry remembered, and the wand was in his hand, and around the hall the battle had gone still the way battles sometimes do when the two principals come into proximity, a held breath, a collective pause. Harry walked to the center of the entrance hall and stopped. He had the crown on his head and the sword in his hand, and 15 years of living in this man's shadow compressed down into the complete and level certainty that had been in him since the vault, and he looked at Voldemort without fear and without hate, just with the absolute clarity of someone who knows exactly what they're doing and why. "Tom," he said. Voldemort's face moved. The red eyes looked at the crown and the sword, and at the castle that was alive around them, and at Harry's face, and something in them, something very deep and very old and entirely recognizable, because Harry had felt it in himself before he had found the vault, was afraid. "The snake is dead," Harry said. "Your Horcruxes are gone. You are a man, Tom. That's all you've been for some time, you've just been using borrowed time to pretend otherwise." He raised the sword. "It's over. You think a sword stops the killing curse, boy?" Voldemort said. The voice was exactly what it always was, cold, precise, contemptuous. But underneath it now, audible to someone listening for it, was the note of a man who is not certain. "I'm not going to kill you," Harry said. The entrance hall, already still, somehow got stiller. "I'm going to bind you," Harry said. "Strip the amplification you've spent 50 years building. Leave you mortal and answerable." He held Voldemort's eyes. "I told Amelia Bones I'd have a defendant for her. I intend to keep that promise." Voldemort cast. The killing curse came green and absolute, and Harry moved the sword in the arc the vault had shown him from the first night, and the blade did what it did, took the curse and transformed it, the death energy becoming something else, dispersing outward in a harmless pulse that washed across the entrance hall and faded, and Voldemort stared at the space where the curse had been and the red eyes understood. He cast again. And again. Harry deflected each one, not effortlessly, not without cost, the sword requiring his full attention and his full intent with every arc, but completely. Nothing got through. The castle's inner wards were holding the grounds against apparition, and Voldemort could not run, and his wand was doing nothing useful, and the red eyes were calculating and recalculating and finding no solution. Harry let him cast 6 times. Then he closed the distance. He did not run. He walked, quickly and directly, and each step Voldemort fired was deflected, and when he was close enough he raised the sword and spoke the binding. Chapter 15. He'd read it a dozen times. He spoke it clearly and completely, the full Pendragon authority in his voice, the crown warm on his head and the sword warm in his hand and the castle's foundational magic rising through his feet to support the working, and the binding went around Voldemort like something visible despite having no visible form, a presence, a weight, an absolute alteration in the quality of the darkness around this man. Voldemort fought it. Of course he fought it, he was not a man who yielded to anything. He pushed against the binding with everything he had, all the amplified dark magic of 50 years, and Harry felt the strain of holding the working against that pressure like holding a door against a storm, and he held it, and the crown's warmth poured through him like a current, and the sword's light was steady as a lighthouse. The binding closed. What was left was a man. A tall, pale, gray-eyed man, the red was gone, vanished with the magical amplification, and underneath it were gray eyes, Tom Riddle's real eyes, perhaps, ordinary and exhausted and 60 years old and completely stripped of everything he had built himself into. He stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts on a September morning and was mortal, unanswerable, and entirely without recourse. He looked at Harry with the gray eyes and there was nothing in them that Harry recognized as human fear or human defeat. There was something, though. Something very far down. The ghost of the boy who had stood in Dumbledore's office at 11 years old and been told he was a wizard. "It's done, Tom," Harry said. Voldemort said nothing. He stood still while Kingsley's Aurors, who had moved into position during the binding, secured him. He did not struggle. He was, Harry thought, genuinely disoriented, not by defeat, but by mortality. By the ordinary weight and limitation of a human body that had been chemically altered by dark magic for so long it had forgotten what ordinary felt like. The battle in the corridors above had gone quiet. Harry felt it through the castle's awareness. The Death Eaters, leaderless now and sealed inside the wards and outnumbered, were surrendering in ones and twos, Aurors moving through the school with Kingsley's systematic thoroughness. Harry stood in the entrance hall and lowered Excalibur. Around him the hall was filling, students and teachers and order members coming in from the corridors, coming down the staircases, drawn by the gone quiet that meant something final had happened. They came in and they saw what was there, Voldemort in aura restraints, grey and mortal, Harry with the sword and the crown, the castle standing whole and bright around all of them. Neville came down the main staircase with a long burn across his jaw and an expression of absolute calm. He looked at Harry. The compact sigil pulsed between them. "The snake," Harry said. "The snake," Neville confirmed. Ron appeared from the left-hand corridor with a torn sleeve and Hermione beside him, who had a cut above her eyebrow and was already applying her own dressing charm to it with the focused efficiency of someone who will assess her own injuries only after she has confirmed everyone else is all right. She looked at Harry and the cut stopped mattering. Ginny came last, from the staircase, unhurt and direct, and she looked at Harry the way she always looked at him and said nothing at all, and the nothing was more than enough. Dumbledore stood near the doors. He had the expression of someone at the end of a very long journey who has arrived somewhere they genuinely hoped to arrive and had not been entirely certain they would. Harry walked to him. "It's done," he said. "Tom Riddle will stand trial. The evidence is substantial enough that it won't need my testimony, but I'll give it anyway." He paused. "All of it. Everything. On the public record." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "And after that?" "After that," Harry said, "we do the harder work." He looked around the entrance hall, at his people, at the students, at the castle that had fought beside him and was now settling into the quiet satisfaction of a job completed. Putting the two worlds back together. Building something that actually works. Dismantling the parts that don't. He looked back at Dumbledore. "That's going to take longer than this." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Much longer." "Good," Harry said. "I have time." The weeks after were not quiet. They were, in many ways, harder than the weeks before, the administrative, legal, and political work of ending a war and beginning something new, which turned out to involve more meetings than battles and more writing than spellwork and required a different kind of stamina than anything Harry had trained for. Tom Riddle stood trial before a full Wisengamot session in October. Harry gave testimony for 4 hours, calmly and in complete detail, and the trial was the most documented legal proceeding in the Wisengamot's history, and it was public, and the record was complete. The verdict was, appropriately, unanimous. Fudge resigned the week after, in a letter that Amelia Bones described as the most self-serving piece of political writing she had ever read and which nonetheless accomplished the necessary thing. The process of selecting his replacement was ongoing and contentious and important, and Harry attended every relevant session of the Wisengamot and made his views known clearly and let the body do its work. Lucius Malfoy was charged in December. The evidence from the 10 Death Eaters of the 3-location attack, combined with the Department of Mysteries' access logs and Marcus Webb's extensive cooperation, was sufficient for 17 counts. His trial was scheduled for January. Draco Malfoy sent Harry a letter in November. It was brief and not apologetic exactly. It was the letter of a 16-year-old boy who is intelligent enough to understand what has happened and honest enough to acknowledge it without being able to fully metabolize it yet. Harry wrote back. Not forgiveness, not yet, that was a longer process, but acknowledgement. The door being left open. The Joint Sovereignty Council was formally reconvened in November, in a historic joint session that was attended by the Prime Minister, 3 senior Privy Councillors, Harry, Amelia Bones, Dumbledore, and 6 other representatives from the magical world. The Queen sent a formal message of endorsement, which was read into the record by her private secretary, and which used language drawn directly from the original founding compact that had been sitting in the Royal Archive for 800 years. The Statute of Secrecy was not repealed in November. It was formally declared under review, with a 5-year timeline for managed integration, and this was the correct speed and Harry knew it. Too fast and you broke things, too slow and nothing changed. And the 5-year timeline was the result of a week of argument between Hermione and Arthur Weasley that Harry had refereed with the deliberate patience of someone who understood that the argument was more important than any particular outcome. Harry went back to Hogwarts for his 6th year. He sat in classes, most of them, with exceptions for Wisengamot sessions and constitutional meetings that had to be managed around the school calendar and which McGonagall scheduled with the precision of someone who had decided to be helpful about this and was going to be maximally helpful. He studied, and he played Quidditch, and he argued with Hermione about potions theory and with Ron about chess, and he sat at dinner in the Great Hall with the crown occasionally on his head when it was needed and mostly in his pocket, warm and present and entirely patient. He led a formal DA session every Thursday evening. Not a secret club. An official institution, as he'd promised, open to every house, every year, with a curriculum Hermione had designed and McGonagall had endorsed and which was already, by November, the most attended optional program in the school's recorded history. Neville ran Wednesday sessions. Ginny ran the physical training on Saturdays. Luna, who was somehow simultaneously enrolled at Hogwarts and functioning as the Quibbler's most reliable correspondent on magical Muggle integration developments, contributed what she described as intelligence seminars but which were actually lessons in how to pay attention to the world in ways that most people didn't. Ron was offered a keeper position with the Chudley Cannons in December, as a trial, because the Cannons were nothing if not perpetually optimistic. He turned it down. He was, he told Harry, more interested in something he was calling strategic coordination, by which he meant the specific skill set of thinking several moves ahead that he'd been developing for 6 years and which had turned out to be genuinely transferable to situations other than chess. I think I want to work in the new Joint Council, he said, over breakfast in the Great Hall, in the specific way that Ron announced things he'd decided, simply, directly, with the air of someone whose thinking is complete and only the notification is pending. The interface between the two worlds. Working out how things connect. He shrugged. I'm good at seeing how pieces fit. You are, Harry said. You're not surprised, Ron said. I've been watching you think for 6 years, Harry said. No. I'm not surprised. Ron looked pleased in the way that genuine recognition pleased him, not performance, just the clean satisfaction of being known accurately. December brought the first public announcement of the integration timeline, and the Daily Prophet, which had undergone significant editorial changes in the wake of the year's events and was in the process of becoming, not a good newspaper, but a less actively dishonest one, ran it on the front page alongside a photograph of Harry from the Wisengamot session, crown on, sword in hand, looking 17 and entirely certain. The headline, for once, was accurate, the King's first year. Harry read it at the Gryffindor table over toast and was glad for it and did not think about it too much, because there was a DA session tonight and an essay on transfiguration theory due Thursday and a joint council meeting the following Tuesday, and Ginny had challenged him to a flying race after dinner and he had every intention of winning. He ate his toast. He put the paper down. He looked around the great hall, the morning light through the enchanted ceiling, which today was clear December blue, and the hundreds of students eating their breakfasts in the comfortable noise of ordinary life, and the teachers at the high table, and Neville across the table reading something and making notes in the margin, and Hermione 3 seats down arguing with herself on parchment about something constitutional, and Ron with a bowl of porridge and a chess problem he was running in his head. He thought about the vault, and the sword coming free of the stone, and Merlin's note that said act like it. He thought about his mother, who had known what she was and chosen the quiet life, and whose choice had been valid and whose son had been given a different one and was, on balance, glad of it. He thought about everything that remained, the 5-year integration plan and the Wisengamot reforms still underway and the Lucius Malfoy trial and 100 other things that would not be simple and would require sustained, deliberate work over years rather than a single act of authority. He thought, good. The crown in his pocket pulsed, warm and patient, and Harry Potter picked up his toast and started the morning.